short survey and see if you qualify for this today. My name is Jeff.
Okay, we're here for the Cal football press conference for Thursday, August.
Oh, man. All right, let me just do this before this goes to hell. I just would like to leave. All right, let me just do this before this. Leave with you guys not having a question mark. We obviously can't get through this, everybody. I don't know why. I don't know how something can work all the time and then suddenly it doesn't work and you didn't change anything. I don't know why. I tried to go back to StreamYard, but yet again, it would even let me share my fucking screen, dude. I shared the screen, but me, nothing. The camera, like the camera works for this. I don't understand why it doesn't just let the camera come through. When I'm sharing the screen, you sharing my screen, but you can't share the camera. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm over it. There is another way. You know, for a very long time, when I didn't have Wi-Fi, I would just stream live from my tablet or my phone. I've done that. And the only drawback with that is I can't share anything. You know, I can't present, you know, video clips and articles. But that may just be the way to go for a little while, you know, because I don't have time for this. This is a waste of life, and I don't waste my time on the earth with anything or anyone. I don't have time. You don't have time. We don't have time. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's better with the StreamYard because it takes care of all the other technical stuff for you. Like, you don't got to do anything. And yeah, it's just one thing after the next, you know. First, okay, it was my error. Well, it wasn't really my error, but I'll just say it was my error. The one I told you about earlier, where the last time I couldn't even get my camera to come on backstage. Then I realized it was on some other camera that I don't own and is nowhere in my system and have never used it. But I clicked on the one that I use, and so then my image came up backstage. I'm like, we're good. But as soon as I press to go live, nothing. You don't see the camera and you can't hear me. So I don't know what that is, but that's a better streaming software because, like I say, they take care of everything. They take care of everything. And with this one that we're on now, it's not that. Like, I have to bring their stream key into my software so they can talk, and then it sends it to YouTube. At the end of the day, the white man is the devil, and it could be something at YouTube still. I mean, I don't put anything past their bitch ass. And all evil flows from these people, from the littlest, pettiest thing to the biggest political thing, So maybe that's not even true, but I have to insinuate that as an African person living in this asshole of the devil. I have to insinuate that. I have to. It's like you see a guy with a hole in his head and he's bleeding. And you go, well, we're not going to think about gunshot. We're sure it's not gunshot. We're just sure. So why don't we do this, everybody? Why don't we just talk about something that doesn't mean a fucking thing to anybody on earth? Let's just talk about something random and meaningless, and it doesn't have any value, and that way when we get cut off, at least we weren't in the middle of something deep. How about that? How about that? Because I'm just filling in right now, and I can just sense that the moment I get into something, then it's going to bling, bling, bling. It's going to start the bullshit. And then I'm going to throw something at, I could be in the hospital tonight. And there could be bodies that I don't recognize. But that, I don't want to get into that. So, what do you want to talk about? Somebody bring a subject. Anything. Something that doesn't require me to do anything. We can just talk. Maybe that's the way. Because like I say, I feel like if I get into this, it's just gonna do stuff. That we don't need. Let me make sure I'm even on. I'm sitting up here. I still might not be on. This is off. Let me find out. So much murder, so little time. Oh. Okay. So much murder, so little time. I said I wasn't going to do any murders this year. I've been good. Alhamdulillah. Let's see if I can make it crash. Let me just try to dare to do something that means something, and then I'm sure it will crash. And this is one of the reasons why I didn't go live yesterday, because when I got in from the mosque, I was just like, you know what, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like dealing with this, the technical stuff. And, yeah, just don't feel like it. Sandra, let me shout you out. I see you. Melanin 100, shout out to you. Black Beauty, I see you guys. Listen, I'm not a gamer. I don't stream movies. I don't have anything going on my computer. Like, I don't do shit. I'm not one of the people that's got a bunch of stuff going on, and I have to have external hard drives, and 6 cameras, and I'm doing multiple screens, and I'm basic. You feel me? Like, I don't do anything. So my point is that I don't have anything that would change my setup. I do the same shit all the time. you know, and that's it, you know. I will tell you this, you guys, in the interim, my brother, Ronaldo, um, Ronaldo Wynn, you guys have heard his name over the years. He is one of our family here on the channel. And my brother and a great friend and a great husband and father. He's a good human being. But he just happened to text me. I'll try to pull this up. There was a lady that was shot. Woman survives being shot 3 times in attempted murder-suicide by her child's father. Turns out this is his nephew. And wait now. It's his older brother's son. So I don't know if he's related to the woman or not. Like, I don't know. When he hit me, he was dealing with that, and he didn't know I was even live and dealing with this. So I just said, listen, you know, I can just forget all this. You know, I was trying to reestablish my live, but I can postpone that or whatever, and we can talk. But he was on the phone with another family member. I said, well, just call me when you're done talking to them. So hopefully he's going to call me. But in the interim, I did ask him, you know, I will look it up, and then I will speak on it. What were my words? I will pull this up and cover it if you're okay with that. And he said that's fine. So here we go. I'm over it. You know, I'm a Muslim. I don't intoxicate. I don't do anything. But this would be a time, if I was not Muslim, to do something that y'all do. You feel me? I don't have a large vocabulary of stuff like that, but just um beer, goddammit. Shit. Let me see now. What did I say the name of it was? Or something. You feel me? You know, I gave my medical staff the day off. Otherwise I would tell the nurse to bring me Valium, but they're on vacation. So and I cite that because I used to only associate Valium with white women. Like, I didn't know what Valium was. I'm just like, that's white people. That's specifically white women. Like, you always, or you know, especially celebrity women, celebrity white women, you know, it was always somebody died of Valium or some shit. It's just somehow Valium was in my vocabulary, you know. It's right up there with the mint julep, you know. And, but digress to 1994 when I was almost killed in the earthquake here in California. Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Jedi? All right, you're going to come down here. And you're going to type this in. Now do it. All right. By her child's father. What is this that he sent me? It is from WSBTV. That's it right there. Just want to put up the exact one that he sent me. Anyways, so I'm almost killed in an earthquake in '94, and then sometime after that, when we were still having aftershocks, many days after. That's how we know they lied about the original. What's the fucking word? Just that's how we knew they lied about the intensity of the damn quake. What it registered. Magnitude. Allahu Akbar. Allah, which is with Allah. Because we were having huge aftershocks. But what I'm trying to get to say is that at some point I felt like I was having a heart attack. This was like some days in. I literally felt like I was having a heart attack. I never had a heart attack, but I felt like this must be what it is. And so the morning of the earthquake, because it happened in the wee hours of the morning, because there's 3 or 4 buildings that made up my complex, but I was on the street. I had no reason to see those other buildings or go down the halls and see. I didn't need to. So I didn't know all these people that lived there, and how you got into my apartment was you came in the front entrance, the mailbox were there, you went up the stairs, and then I was like maybe 3 doors down, and I'm in my apartment. I don't need to see anybody. And my balcony overlooked the street. I set that for you because at when the earthquake happened, now everybody's out. And I'm meeting people that I didn't know were my neighbors. So, but turns out that when you come out of my apartment and turn right, you go, I think my apartment was the last one, and then you went through a door to the next section, which opened up essentially the first building behind me, I think. Anyways, there was, and then I discovered a black couple over here, and there was a brother that lived here, and then the next door on the left, there was this white bitch named Jill Lawson. And she becomes important because I don't know how she was on the scene or where I was at or what was happening when I was saying I'm having a heart attack. But this is the person who rushed me to the hospital, to Northridge Hospital. And this was my first time also interacting with a female doctor, like not a nurse, a doctor, and she was very beautiful. And I go, I'm having a heart attack. I'm having a heart attack. And I could not go on. And so, of course, they take my shirt off and they put all these probes on me, which were familiar to me from my grandmother, because my grandmother was a heart patient. And so they had these things all over me in the monitors. And I go, see, I'm about to have another one. I'm having another heart attack. And it's 1,000 years ago, y'all. But basically, she was like, she held my hand. She was like, look over here. Said, you see these lines? You don't see anything happening. I go, but I'm having a heart attack, doctor. I'm having a heart attack. She goes, it's not registering. She goes, you're having a panic attack. I didn't know what the fuck that was. She could have spoken hieroglyphic to me, and that would have been more, what? What is that? What does that mean? Like, I'm panicked because I'm having a heart attack. That's why I'm panicked, And she was like, no, it's a panic attack, and she was trying to explain to me, and it meant nothing to me. But then that's when they gave me something to relax me. And it wasn't until, because it didn't say that name, it said something else. But this Jill Lawson person, because all white people do is drugs, she goes, honey, they gave you Valium. And it only clicked to me because I was like, I thought they only gave this to old white women or celebrities or something. It just, anyways, that's how I know that. And And then fast forward to when I had my very first colonoscopy. Uh, Again, I had a Somali. No, she was a nurse. I don't know if she was a doctor. Somali nurse. Oh my God, y'all. First of all, most Somali women look like Iman from the Michael Jackson Remember the Time video. And Iman she's completely beautiful. She's, to me as a man, she is completely beautiful. What do I mean by that? It's one thing to see a woman's aesthetic. Oh my God, she's beautiful, you know. But I always love, and you can't predict it, but I always love when I'm struck by a woman's total beauty, her total majesty, her 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 everything. And I think a lot of men have not experienced this because it is so profound. And it's not like it's ever happened to me just one time. That's why I can speak on it. I know it's a real thing. Because what I know as a Muslim, what Allah has communicated to mankind through His word in the Quran, I know women are a special creation. I know that. So I have that knowledge. That's fine. But I think maybe I should just search the earth for brothers who have had this experience. There is something when you experience a woman's whole existence, you realize she is something divine, like, whoa, man, you know what I mean? Like, that fits. Like, anyway, this woman was that again for me. Like, when I've experienced a whole thing, it's just, it's her whole majesty. It's her whole, I'm her child. Like, even if I didn't come from her, I'm a child. She gave life to me, and she is the angel, and she is on high. I mean, it's a whole thing, man. It's just, you don't know when you're going to experience it with a woman. But when you do, it's just like, wow. And this lady was that. But anyways, she's the one that came in to do my pre-stuff for my colonoscopy. And she goes, okay, I'm going to give you something to relax you. And I'm melting at every word she's saying. You feel me? It's Iman, and she sounded like this. I feel like she was trying to give me her number too. I don't want to say that part right now. But anyway, and she gave me this little tiny thing. I go, oh, I'm sorry. And I took it, and all the world was my friend. Turns out that was value. I'm over it. I'm over it. Anyways, I'm going to dare to try to bring you in, and we're going to cover this story on Naldo's nephew. And there's a picture of the little bug here. But of course, you're going to see this. It's all covered. The top of it is all this shit that they have at the top of their site that I can't get rid of. Wait, resize? I'm afraid to do this. Well, that did a little something. What does this do? Yeah, we don't want that. All right. Woman survives being shot 3 times. And Naldo said something else. He said, he sent me the link, and he said, and I go, is this your family, Naldo? He goes, yeah, it's my older brother's son. I thought he said something else, like, I'm just glad something, but maybe that. Oh, I'm glad that she survived. Baby only about a month old. Look at the cricket, y'all. Look at the cricket. Look at the honey. Wait, is that the feet? I think that's a foot, y'all. Oh, it's everything when I see the feet. Wait, I think that's a foot, y'all. Look at the little nasty. Look at the cricket. I see you, cricket. I see you, man. Oh, man. Subhanallah. Wow. Anyways, 3 times in attempted murder suicide by her baby father. This is Morrow, Georgia. A Clayton County woman survived being shot 3 times during an attempted murder suicide on Friday, according to her mother, Jaylene Morris, 24. According to her mother, Jaylene Morris, 24, according to her mother, Jaylene Morris, 24, was shot by her child's father, Justin Lamar Wayne Cobbs, while trying to leave her apartment. She's 24. And Jalene's mother said that Justin fatally shot himself after shooting Jalene 3 times. Twice in the face and once in the back. How can you do this to... Listen. Let me finish reading. The shooting happened at her apartment on Lake Harbin Road in Morrow. Her mother said Jalene was trying to protect her 5-week-old son during the shooting. Channel 2 has not received an update on her current condition. You know, I can't. Because without knowing these people at all, it's a few things I could say unequivocally and know I'm right. And one is, there is a rare aberration of just hateful bitch that's out there. It just hateful bitch. Born evil, born ornery, just hateful woman. That's a very, 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 very small number. Like, you'd have a better chance of finding a 4-leaf clover or hitting the lottery before you ran into that woman. Then there's another level of woman that would evoke rage from a man. And that woman has been created by a man. What I'm very clear about, everybody, what you know in life. And especially if you're paying attention and you're interested in just what is. And one of the things that life taught me is when you see a woman, and I'm only ever talking about us when I'm talking about anything. So I'm not talking about any other bitches on earth, period. When you see a woman not in that state of majesty that I was just talking about, man has done that. Man has done that. I know it to be true that the natural fitra of a woman is goodness, mercy, understanding, patience, kindness, and forgiveness. I know that's the way. I got 5 sisters, and my grandmama raised me. And I've dated a bunch of women. Okay, not a bunch. I don't want to sound like I'm like Mr. It. But I've dated a lot. I've had my share. And to that, I would say, why my relationships were always perfecta is because of what I'm saying to you now. So whatever happened here, this Justin dude who killed himself, he produced it. You think when he met this woman that she had intention of making his life hell or pissing him off or doing anything nefarious? I doubt it. So then where does that come from? I always tell you, nothing appears in a puff of dust. Everything has a pathology. So where did that come from? What did he do that produced the atmospherics that brought forth her wrath, her aggravation, that he now feels he had to react to and go and try to murder this woman? What I have always understood and will understand until my last breath, for eternity, is when boys and men, if they make it to manhood, because it's more boys on the earth than men, let's be very clear. A lot of grown, they could be 80, 90, they still a boy. What I know is that boys are being exposed to an idea of women. They're being prepped. And then when they're not being verbally told, they see it in examples of boys around them, how older boys treat their women and their girlfriends and their wives and things like that. And they take that as the way. It's why we see why the guy that died recently, what was it, the guy that was Mr. Know-It-All on Relationship, whatever his name was. But him and Tyrese and Think Like a Man and all this other bullshit, this whole war on women, this thing between black men and black women that I had no concept even existed before 2015. I thought everybody was like me. I thought we all understood women the same way. Okay, one brother that may have more Mac than you, or he might be better looking, or there's some different, but basically we understand the woman the same way. And at the very foundation, there's no disrespect of women going on. We ain't gonna do that. And, but then it's not. And that was very disturbing. And then, so they get these cues, and then they go out and act that. And then that has infiltrated over into our women now, that's what they accept as norm, and they have adjusted to that. And that's what they want you to be now. Conflict ass nigga with 8 babies mamas and a bunch of bullshit. You ain't got shit going on. They don't need no help. They don't need no man and all of that. This is all precipitous of men. Boys. You see, I didn't have any of that. The closest I came to anything was when I was just a stinker. We were still in Chicago. What was I? 6, 7? But I was the cutest thing ever. And so my oldest brother, Jojo, he was a teenager, and so he was dating girls, and his girlfriends always thought I was the cutest thing, which I was, and stuff. So that's all true. That was known. That was in books. That's known. That's on buildings. And so every once and again, he would take me on his dates with his girlfriends, let me get dressed up and like, that's my girlfriend too type thing. And but that's as close as I came. He never told me, man, when you get your girl, this is what you want to do, woo woo. And then we left Chicago, and then so he never came to California and moved around with the rest of the family. So my next brother, because JoJo was the oldest, and then there's several siblings between that and then my brother, who's the next boy. There's 1 or 2 girls between me and him because he's 7 years older than me. But he was living in the same home environment as me, so we didn't date. He didn't date. I'm not even in puberty by the time he goes to the army. He went to the military when I was what, 10 or 11. 10 or 11 is when he goes to the military. So now it's just me and my sisters. But so when I first wanted to venture, when I first started getting attention from girls, I was already very shy anyway, but I'm trying to get to say that from jump one, I didn't have no game. I didn't have no feeling of anything other than I hope she liked me. And it always, unless she was ridiculous, which I never had any ridiculous girlfriends, unless you're ridiculous, I'm pretty much there at your beck and call. A servant, definitely a leader, but that's what I think so many brothers don't understand. Is being a servant to a woman doesn't mean that you're not leading. That's 100% a sign of leading. That's one of the attributes of leading. You understand? Yes, a woman wants you to lead, but she don't want you to be a dictator and a Gestapo and like everything got to be what you say, and you just let her be. I just talking to somebody recently, another older gentleman in the last days or week. Once again, but it's 100%. Just go up to any old couple that look like they definitely been together for 50 years, 55, goddamn, and you ask that man, how long have you? They gonna tell you how long they've been together. Say, how you do it, man? Every single one of them says, let her run it. They all have said it since I'm this to this. They all say it. They all say it. And they must know. You feel me? But I don't need them. I didn't need them to tell me that, because if you just let things in life in general, not just relationships with women, but if you just let things happen organically, that's the way. That's the way. When you just let the natural order of anything happen, that's the way it goes. I'm a better lover because I didn't have my brothers telling me, hey man, you need to do such and such. I didn't have any homeboys because I was a sheltered child, so I didn't have friends. And when I did have friends, because my family knew their family and they just happened to have kids, and so when they came over to our house, we went over to their house and stuff like that. It wasn't like, ooh, that's my friend, I can go visit and stuff like that. So I'm a better lover even because I didn't have any, I wasn't exposed to porn. I wasn't exposed to anybody putting anything in my head. So even when I lost my virginity to this beautiful chocolate drop named Cheryl Reed, it was right. Like I wasn't even a heat seeker. Like, oh, I gotta get me some. It was in me. Like, I think I'm on fire, but it still wasn't. It was natural. It was natural. It's just like, it's natural, man. So when I was with that sister on that particular night, it was all beautiful. I look back on losing my virginity as a beautiful thing, and I see the face of this sister every time I think about it, because she was so patient and gentle and understanding with me. She knew what I didn't know. You understand? And all of that. And she helped me to satisfy her. by communicating with me and all these things, it was a beautiful thing. But I use that just to say that that translated into every relationship I ever had. Like, first of all, I've always had my own shit together, so I never needed anything from a woman. You understand? I'm not a predator dude. And I think that's also fucks up the balance. If you're a predator dude, I'd like to know what this dude did for a living. She's 24. How old was he? You understand? And what did he do for work up till the day that he did this and ended his own life? What did he do? What have you done? Where have you been? What have you seen? What books have you read? What documentaries? Have you traveled at all? Even just here in the country or even around your own state? What have you done? What's your past relationships? Let me see that. Do you have older brothers? And who's the people you hang out with? I'd like to see that. Where was he poisoned? Where was he shifted out of what is natural into some other bullshit? You understand? Because that's what it really comes down to. I know this is the truth. I know it. I know it. Even my nephew, back when he went through puberty, I called him up and said, we're going to have the puberty talk. This was happening. This woo woo. He was like, I'm so glad we have this talk. I wish you could have heard it. But I mention that because I never gave him anything game or angles and this is what you want to do and ooh, when she say this, make sure you don't let no woman do this and don't let them do that. Fuck all of that. Don't get with no damn skeezer bitch. And she's only a skeezer because you've been damaged by some nigga somewhere. You understand? So you don't want that. And you need, and I've been drilling into him since he's been alive. You have to provide. You must. She don't gotta pull her purse out. What? Because if anything, I want him to feel like a piece of shit if she ever tries to hand him even a white quarter, as my grandma used to call it. You understand? It's one thing for a woman to do something kind for you, but it should be very clear based on your status that, oh, she knows I've got my own shit. She's just doing it because she wants to do this for whatever reason. And then depending on whatever context that is, then even then, don't do it. You feel me? Like if it's just like she wants to treat you to dinner, okay. You know, but have your fucking wallet with you. You understand? And, you know, but it's like, you know, I just wanted to pay your rent this month. No, we're not doing that. No. You know, even my fiance, you know, not tooting my horn or blowing up my own spot, just telling you the facts. Not a matter, wasn't trying to sleep with her, because I'm not that dude. This was in California. So everything closes early in California. They start turning on lights. And me and a crew of my buddies had gone out this night to go dancing. We looked the shit. We was the bomb. We just were. And anyways, we ended up talking, and because usually, well, at that time, a lot of females, when I would ask them to dance, if I've already danced, they don't want to dance with me, you know, because like, I seen you dance, I'm not dancing with you. I'm like, okay, I'll just stand there and do this. I won't do nothing. But she was brave enough to dance with me. She loved my dancing, and so that was the beginning of our conversation. So now we went into other things, and we sat there talking. Now the place is about to close, so I'm like, you know, you can come to my place if you like, if you want to still continue to talk. And I meant that. Remember, I'm the same man that's sitting in front of you today that I've always been. The same character. And like Judge Judy says, when you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory, you know. But I really meant that. Like, I knew the conversation was good. She knew it was good. Do we want to put a period here and talk tomorrow? We want to continue to talk. So she was like, yeah. So she was going to come back to my place, just maybe have coffee or, you know, tea or something. And we would just chit chat and continue running our mouth. Well, it went the other way. And she may have had to wear a back brace for a month and a half. I can't get into that detail. There's lawyers. And those records are sealed. But, boom. Then I think we went out a couple times. And then she wants me to move in with her. No, I can't do that. Because remember first that we met? I invited you to my apartment. Me. Where I pay rent. Me. So, and she had her own apartment. And I said, no, I can't move in with you. Why don't we go find a place and we will both put our names on that lease and we'll move into that. But it will not be, I'm moving in with you. That we're not doing that. And it wasn't a power thing. It was just like, it was me assuming what I knew to be my role as a man. I'm going to move in with her, even though it was no immaturity and all of that. It's still just, you're not moving into that woman's apartment. You're not doing, that just didn't feel right to me. And even times when I knew other sisters that we gonna, you know, but everybody I smashed became my girlfriend. So I'm talking about the early stages of said relationships. So even then, it's always going to be you coming to my place. You coming to my place. Even when I was still living with my grandmama, you came to my place. You came to my place. You know. And I just never had no problems, man. Like, I've said this a million times. Like, I'm that dude that comes. First of all, you wouldn't be my woman if you don't have some intellectual something going on and you're not responsible. You would not be a candidate for the Jedi. No shade, just not for me. And so I say that to say that I'm the dude that comes home and gives my woman my entire paycheck. You understand? Because what do I need money for? If I need money, babe, I need, get me such and such. I need this for whatever. Now, only time I withheld funds if I had something, surprise or something. You feel me? But in life, I don't argue about money. Even my best friend of 26 years will tell you that now. Like, I don't argue about money. Money is not in my lexicon. We don't do that. We don't, because I learned when I was a teenager, I saw people in my family and others, and I just thought, nah, that's a poison. And I remember holding a family meeting. It was one of our first family meetings, because I'm the one that started wanting to have family meetings. And at our very first family meeting, one of the things that I wanted to bring up, let me see this, y'all. No, that's not charged yet. One of the things I wanted to bring up was I said, as a rule in the family, we don't argue about money. Like, if a family member asks you for money and you don't have it, that's fine. But if you have it and you need it, you should loan it. And then they give it back. But if you're borrowing money, make sure you present them with a written proposal of how you have itemized of how you're going to pay this back. So that, because my sister Linda, that hateful bitch, she was one of the provocateurs of this thought process, because I always had money growing up. I always had a job and I always had a few dollars. I always got something shuffled in my pockets. You feel me? And so they would always get money from me. Let me get $20. I need $20. I need $40. I need this. I need this. But every time it's time for her to pay you back, the bitch always gets to an argument with you. And the first thing she say, I ain't paying you back. And so this was my anecdote, so I wouldn't have to kill her off. Do you understand? But one of the things that she would say is, I don't have it. I still got to pay my life. I got to pay my this. And I already knew, which I don't think I had borrowed any money from anybody in life at that point. But I knew that when you borrow money, you look at your net income. Then you start deducting all your shit. I got to pay my rent. I see the lights, the gas, the car insurance, the bullshit. And this is what I have expended. What can I borrow on that? Because that's a bill. And she didn't understand that. You see? So my whole reason for putting it in place so people can understand, you need to present that proposal so the other person can see they are a bill. They are a bill. You understand? But The third one is if you have it and you don't need it, then you give it to them. Because then they're ahead. Because if I'm in a rut and I'm borrowing money from you, then that gets me to the hump. But now I got to pay you back. And even if I've budgeted that I can pay you back, it'd be better if I didn't have to. Because then I'll be ahead a little bit. But I'm not a hypocrite. People that I know are shifty, or they'll pay it back, but whatever, I'll tell them they have to pay it back. Even when I know I don't need it back. So when they come to give it back, I go, oh no, you can keep it. But if you tell them that in advance, then they get too comfortable. I don't want that. So I go, okay, I'm going to need this back. We'll win. You got it? Okay. And then when they come to pay it back, I go, oh no, don't worry about it. That's you. So I don't argue about money. So I took that into my relationships. So I give my woman my check. Give it to her. For what? Why not? Anything I'm going to do, I'm doing with her anyway. What I need secret money for? Just to feel some type of way? I feel more gangster that I can give my woman, here you go. Boom, there it is. That's the check right there. What? You feel me? And that's hers. That's hers. Because now, if you that nigga that's out trying to buy Jordans and you trying to keep with every latest trend and buy Versace and all the bullshit, I guess that's a different world for you. I don't have any of those desires. I don't need that. I've never been into that. So here, because anything I need, babe, I need whatever. It's nothing. Let your mom just give it to her, man. You feel me? And the little shit that you do, like my woman never drove away from any place with a dusty car. My car could look like some bullshit. I made sure her shit is detailed with all the armor on and smelling good, and it's got it all. You understand? It's in perfect working order and all of that. Done. I just don't understand. I never understood drama relationships anyway. And then when you add children to it, I can't. Like, I love children, and I can't. I knew I was not ready to have no damn kids, because I was still trying to do things in life. And it's one of the wisest things that I did, because I was able to do and go and be and see a lot of things in life that just would not have happened if I'd had that responsibility on top of everything else. So I'm not understanding these younger and younger, these brothers and sisters out there having babies and shit. This sister's 24 years old. Why do you have a baby at 24? Why? For what? You haven't done anything. You're still a child. What you gonna tell your child when they're 24? You haven't done anything. So there's nothing to tell them. You don't have no good stories. You don't got no anecdotes. You don't got nothing to give them, to enrich them in life. Listen, my nephew said to me one day, he was here one year, and I said, nephew, tell me now what you dislike about me. You could tell me. Yes, I have graves dug for you in different stages of your growth and development. Those are dug already, but we're not talking about that. I'm not going to put you in one of the graves. I really mean it, because it's about you understanding me, not just as your uncle and I'm the ruler. I want you to know who I am as a human being, and I want you to be able to be critical of me, And so I want you to be very honest. Like, what do you dislike? Is there anything about me? Any faults? Any dislike? Just anything. Just, do I get on your nerves? And he goes, no, there's nothing. There's nothing. He thought about it for a little bit. He goes, no, there's nothing, Uncle. I go, Nasir, please, for the love of God, you could tell me. Okay, I may have been holding a knife in my hand, but that didn't mean anything. But that didn't mean anything. He didn't see it. Okay, he saw it. Anyways. No, but I didn't. And so he was like very emphatic, no, 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 no. I said, okay, then what do you like most about me? Boom, without breathing, he said, your knowledge. Without breathing, as if it was like, it just, boom, your knowledge. He said, because you know something about everything. Like, I can ask you about anything, you know something about that. It was the greatest thing a human being has ever said to me. And it came out of the mouth of my nephew. And then later, there was another day that he had He was back in New York. He had some assignment for school, and he called me up for something that I forget what the subject was. And he goes, I'm calling you because I know you will know this. And I gave him a whole dissertation on whatever it was, you know. I offer that because my wisdom and my experience is something I'm able to offer him. I can literally tell him the future. He don't have to experience a bunch of things because come to Uncle. I'm going to tell you exactly how this is going to go. Watch. You feel me? And in his own short lifetime, he's had an opportunity to see those things come true. You know, I've told you guys the story. There was, when he got his first job, sometime after he turned 18. Was he still 17? Can't remember. Anyways, and I was on the phone with him. We were just yakking it up. You know, I feel like it was a weekend. And he happened to, and I happened to hear my pathetic excuse for a sister and a human being in the background yelling at him, which is all she does is yells. That's what she does. And sometimes I ask him, why is she goading? Why is she yelling? What's going on? Anyway, so I got wind that they were going to some job fair. He was like, oh, we're going to this job fair, so I have to go. I go, Nasir, no. I said, listen, make sure you wear a tie and a shirt. He goes, no, Uncle, it's just like a job fair. I go, Nasir, you need to wear a shirt and a tie. Your uncle has a business degree. Business is my world. I know things, but I also have a life experience. And I've been to job fairs where I had on my tie and shirt, and oh my God, they were doing interviews. So I knew that. But I think I might have been on speaker because then his mother's, no, he doesn't need to wear all that because she shoots down every fucking thing that I do and say, which is why he and she are now total disaster. But I go, no, he needs to wear a shirt and a tie. He doesn't need all that. Just Nasir, we need to go. We need to go. 15, 20 minutes later, I get a phone call. Uncle, what? You're not going to believe this. We at the job fair and they're doing interviews. I go, you see what I told you? I don't speak to just hear my fucking voice and to blow hot air. I don't need to. I said, now I need to give you a mock interview because I know what they're going to ask you when you go in there. He's in New York. He's in Buffalo, New York. I'm in California. This particular one that was interviewing was Tops, the market that got shot up. We didn't work at that particular one, but y'all know the one where the guy went and shot up the people. It was that same chain of supermarkets. I go, why do you want to work for Tops? I go, start again. You sound like a dumb teenager. Is not an answer. Why do you want to work for Tops? Now, you're also dealing with an uncle who most of my jobs have been, I'm the guy that's going to hire you and fire you. So I've interviewed thousands of people over my lifetime. And I know what it is that I need to know with you before I get to the next interview. I have some key questions that I need to ask you. I know what I need to ask. And any good interviewer, that's what they need to know too. And it's a job fair. We don't got a bunch of time. So I give them this interview. We get off the phone. I got to go. They're calling me next. I'm going to be next. However long later, I get a phone call. Well, do you want to hear the good news? Or, well, what do you want to hear? I forget how he lined it up. I go, just tell me what happened. He goes, first of all, and you could tell it was like with an oh my godness about it. They asked me exactly every single question that you asked me. Now, this wasn't a time for me to gloat. This was a time for me to double down and to lock it into his brain to say, see what the fuck I told you? Your uncle knows what he's talking about. This is part of my responsibility to you. When I speak, it must be the truth. It must be accurate. It must serve you. You understand? Because I don't need you coming back to me and going, oh, uncle, you were wrong. I can't have that. And if I don't know, I need to tell you, I don't know, nephew. Let me go and find out and I'll get back to you. So I can bring you the proper information. So that I am investing the right things in you. I'm putting out the proper human being. Do you understand? That's what I'm supposed to do. He was here one time, and I was goading about something. We were about to go someplace, and he was getting the iron. I go, something. I go to him, what are you getting the iron for? You don't even know how to iron. He goes, I do know how to iron. I go, who taught you how to iron? He goes, you did. I go, oh, look. Or, as you were. So at 24, you shouldn't be having children. We can't have this because you don't know anything. You're not prepared to give them any preparation for any event in life. That's a strike. That's a strike. That's a strike. That's a strike. No fucking kids at 20, nothing. And we got to be down over the Cardi B class of the world and the Meg Stallion bitch and even Lizzo's fat ass, who she's very beautiful and very cute, but fat ass. Because I've seen Lizzo when she wasn't big. Huh? And I didn't need to see those videos. I knew it. No child comes out big. You get big. You understand? You don't come out an alcoholic. You become an alcoholic. You don't come out whatever. You get to whatever. There's a natural fitra that we all come to earth with. That we come in a natural state. Divine. That's it. And until you fuck it up, that's what's going to be. So yes, Lizzo's fat ass. We need to get rid of those because they're putting out these image and all housewife bitches. Any bitch that raps. Any bitch, just all bitches. Because any bitch in an extreme heel, any bitch with long nails, I mean, even the sisters that won these Olympic things that I've been seeing here recently, those bitches gotta go. The one bitch came out, she's 34 years old, she had nothing but yellow hair. If I could have gotten to that track. Hold on, you gotta turn on the air. But there she was, in yellow hair. That's all gotta go. These clown looking ass females. I'm not gonna call them women, not gonna call them girls. Female. You feel me? And I mean it as a pejorative. To throw shade. Female. You feel me? Because it's an honor to be a girl and a woman. A female is just you, the opposite sex, and that's just all you are. Like, you see, we have to steer. We got to raise better boys to be men, and we got to start teaching. We got to start shunning these girls who now follow this bullshit because boys think that's the thing now. That's not it. You know, we need more images of the likes of Michelle Obama, you know, my current wife, Janet Jackson, who you may know. You may know her. You know, professional women and if they're not professional, women who stay at home even, you know, whose man is out there doing the right thing as a king. That woman don't have to work. She just file her nails all day and, you know, maybe she cooks and maybe she doesn't and it's all fine. You know, there's this type of women that boys need to be exposed to. We got to change the understanding, everybody. Because that's what leads to shit like this. I just can't imagine being so angry at any woman that I need to try and murder her off. I just can't. Now, if it's a white bitch, that's something else. Let's not get all right. Let's not get crazy. No, but not even a white bitch. I wish the bitch did, but she would never be with me. So that's another nebula, you know. But there's no amount of making me angry that any woman is going to do that's going to make me want to harm her in any way. That's foreign to everything that I understand and conceive of in life. For what? For what? Even my fiance, that bitch, when she, after 2.5 years after this, cheated on me, I could have understood it. But even then, it wasn't like, oh, let me kill this bitch off. You feel me? It was just like, you gotta go. We're done. Because I'm not going to go from complete and total trust to question. She 10 minutes late from work today. Before that didn't matter, but now, oh, I don't have to live like that. You gotta go. Bye-bye. You know. I mean, I just don't see it. But the other thing too is a lot of these boys now are so much like females. How they argue, what their expression of conflict resolution is. How many times I got to see videos where the sisters are fighting and the men are all just, the boys are all standing around egging on like a bunch of bitches. Instead of saying like, nah, like no man is going to allow two women to fight in front of him even if you don't know those two women. No man is going to allow that. It's just not happening in my presence. It's not. Like, I don't give a fuck what you go on with her and what you go going on with her. Y'all not fighting. Like, you're not. So, what? You feel me? But they are egging this on. I just saw a video in the last days where this was happening yet again. Where there was some sisters ready to fight in a Walmart, please. I appreciate the white devil cop. Came over and maced all they bitch ass. I loved it. And I typed a comment saying I loved it. I loved it. Since it was niggas standing there that wasn't going to stop the shit, at least the white devil came over and maced everybody. I loved it. And then, while he was over dealing with some other people, two of the sisters still got to scrapping. I mean, it's all wrong, everybody. It's all wrong. It's just, this is what leads to this. Let me bring this image back up in case there's people joining that don't know what I'm talking about. It leads to this. It leads to this. It leads to this. It's the selection process, you know. Brothers got to start understanding and stop going in with that bullshit. First of all, brothers, if you start from a place where you need a woman to be your partner, because when you talk about partner, y'all talking about that 50-50 shit. Fuck you, and I hope your relationship does not last. You immediately going in as like some like you just roommates then. That's so, I can't even get there to express to you how I can't with that. I'll see what she bringing to the table. Fuck you. You're supposed to build a table and sit at that bitch. Do you understand? It just, I can't. You're setting yourself up for something right there. Because most people are not financially literate and savvy and mature. So you'll be the first people to argue about money. You understand? Nah. That's a problem. The selection process, you want to find a woman who, A, is she a good woman? You're not even looking at that. You always go straight to what can she bring to the table. Fuck that. That's where you already lost. You lost. Because then you find out she ain't really all that, or there's some things that she might still be a good woman, but you're fucked up, and there's some things that fuck you up that you just a petty bitch and can't deal with, but you think you go just rough her over and she'll be through with that or something, but you're not really made that the focal point. It's more about what she's bringing to the table. How you can build, we'll get a house together. You supposed to buy the fucking house, or you don't get no goddamn house. It's that simple. But everybody wants to put the cart before the horse. You want the milk without the fucking cow. So this will always happen. It will always happen. I'm telling you, I know how to have the perfect relationship because every single one of my relationships has been perfect. Do you understand? And it's not work. It's not work. It's not work. When you just do what's right, that's what's right. Period. It's nothing. It's nothing. And no nigga can follow me. Not now one. Do you understand? Not one. Not one. Because not that I'm the bomb, but in this climate, I'm the bomb. I'm kind of the bomb. I just am. You feel me? I'm just kind of the bomb. You know, because I'm the standout and not the norm. And I should be the norm. I should be. I should be. You want to look, is she a good woman? Is she a good human being? Just a good human being. Just her character is right. Her temperament is right. Which will be right if you're not doing something to put her out of her climate. It's going to be all good. You know. Now you can get down to, you know, can she cook? Because your bitch ass probably can't cook, which is another strike against you. But we'll allow if you can't cook. But there's no excuse for that. Because there's a million cookbooks that are on the shelves in libraries and bookstores across the fucking country. And there's a gazillion YouTube videos that you could watch. You should not. So I'm not even giving brothers a pass for not knowing how to cook. I can't do it. I tried. I can't. You know. But I'm just trying to say, even if it was something like that, okay, that's just one thing. All right, you know. But brothers, you're never going to. You don't get to be the king if you didn't build the throne. You're asking her to bring half of the throne, and then you want to be the king on it. Well, she wants her equity she put in that fucking throne. You see? So you smooth all that out by you being the provider. It must all flow from you. Because it's a big thing. All the providence needs to come from you. That's it. Then you can deal with all the little shit. It's kind of like being rich. You know, people that like the problems that we all have in our everyday lives, a lot of that shit and a lot of the stress we go through is based on the fact that we just ain't rich. And so while they say money can't buy you happiness, it can get rid of a lot of your fucking problems. You feel me? Make a lot of headaches just go away that just otherwise would not be there. And I liken this to that because when you're wealthy, you don't have to worry about anything that has to do with money. No matter what it is, you don't need to worry about that. The kids are going to college. It's taken care of, so I don't worry about that. If the car breaks down, I could buy a new one or we'll figure that. It's nothing. Like just shit you don't have to ever worry about. So that's what I'm trying to say about this. If you are the provider, that's off the table. We'll never fight about money because I'm providing. Done. What else? You feel me? Then you can get to the little stuff, you know, whatever that might be, you know. And there doesn't have to be a lot of little stuff because I've told you guys, like, one of the things I loved to do was I go to a special boutique or someplace really nice. I've never had a woman say no to me. I can ask any woman, say, excuse me, could you put this on and model this for me? They love it. And I sit back. And then all the other women, any other women, go, what do you think of that? Because I need to hear, is that cute? That's like the highest compliment from a sister. Girl, that's cute. Like they say that if that's a hit. So I've found somebody that is the same build as my woman. I say, can you, I'm buying this for my woman. Can you put this on and wear it for me? You know, I'm buying it for her. And they love that. And they love being in on that. Never ever had a woman say, I'm not doing that. They 100% they all do it. Allahu Akbar. And Rahim of Allah for those women who've done it for me. Never once they ever said no. Ever. And it's always some other society say, what you think of that? Yeah, that's real. But this goes with that. This too. And they'll help you. Then when I present it to my woman, everything's laid out. All the shit, the outfit, the shoes, the accessories, all the shit. Baby, that's what you're wearing tonight. We're going out. You feel me? Done. And maybe I got a limo pulling up, which a lot of times I did. And I'm taking my woman out. You feel me? Like what? Like there's so much shit you could. I mean, but you got to start out as best friends. Your woman needs to be your best friend. That's everything. The only one of my exes that I was not friends with was my fiance, ironically. The one that I put a ring on it. Because you can't cheat on me. You can't do that. You can't. But everybody else, I was always friendly with. You know, we grew apart. I moved away, and people moved around, stuff like that. But that would be the only reason. Like, we were always really good friends. Like, that's a requisite. You should think about that when you're getting with a woman. Do I just like this woman as a person? Like, would I just, even if she didn't want to be with me, would I still just like want to just be around her and hang out with her? Not for sex. Could I just be around her and be like, she's the flyest chick? You feel me? If you feel like that about a woman, that's your woman, man. That's her. That's her. That's her. That's definitely a first candidate. You understand? I can't, man. There's so many layers to this. Like, I can't even do it. Let me see what's here. Did I shout you guys out already? Son, shout out to you. I hope you don't mind me saying this, son, but I just want, first of all, I want to say for everybody, we send out prayers for Ronaldo for this story that I was just covering. And I don't know how I'm on the wrong damn, but, yeah, prayers out for Ronaldo and this sister, Jaylene. I hope I'm saying her name right. Jaylene. But also, one of our family here, Sandra, simply Sandra, just lost her oldest sister, Beatrice. And it was kind of sudden, you know, so I'd like for everybody to send prayers and, you know, love on her and condolences and things like that to San. And she's doing well. We spoke, and she's in a good place, but y'all know still you can, it's gonna be a while. But yeah. Another shout out to Melanin100. If I didn't shout you out, because I don't know if we were on another stream or if we're on this one, I just don't remember now because it's like our 5th stream. I'm over it. Black Beauty, a big shout out to you. Melon, you say head is now becoming the tail, and that evil UK nurse Lucifer let by. What is that, Melanin? Give me more. You go on to say Lucy Letby. I don't know what to look it up on because I don't want to jinx anything. Oh, it finishes on its own, so this must be. Okay, a white whore, Lucy Lesby is a British serial killer and former neonatal nurse who attacked infants in her care between June 2015 and June 2016, killing at least 7 and injuring at least 6. I'm over it. I can't. Son, you say cute baby. Yeah, it's the cutest thing. I wish you knew the name of the baby. I have to ask Naldo. Yeah, that's in it. That's in the ATL, son. Robert Epps, a big shout out to you, brother. Go ahead, teach. Our sisters have to understand that a man's position is to be the man and take care of her in every way. Our sisters are trained by Satan himself. The white demon, my words not yours, have cast these evil suggestions to our black women, Eve, that they should be either the boss or man or independent or independent of a black man, Adam, which is unnatural. Exactly. You know, we got to get back to what's right, what's natural, everybody. You know, listen, and I don't believe it. I'm never going to believe it when a woman says, I don't need no man. Yes, you do. Because it is innate in you, just like it's innate in the man for us to desire and want the company of a woman. You want that. You just want it. You feel me? You just want it. Just like what shampoo is she wearing? Just anything. You know. So you have the same thing. You have a desire for the company of a man. Period. But you're twisting that into it's just company and that's it. No, it's supposed to be a union. You understand? A constant. He's supposed to be there. But when you finally allow yourself to expose yourself to a man, first of all, a man is going to treat you the way that you deserve by divine right to be treated. It will all change for you. Be like, wow, I did not know this is how it's supposed to be. Didn't know. Didn't know. Didn't know. Black Winter, big shout out to you. And I've shared with you guys the story of this sister. To that point I just made. A sister who used to braid my hair. Back in 2005, I met her. And I used to go to the shop. Then she would let me come to the house. Because she was like, certain clients, if I feel like they ain't crazy, I let them come to the house. So, met her son, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, fast forward, I had her and her son over one Sunday for Sunday dinner. And then it was time, well, they decided they would spend the night, unbeknownst to me. They didn't spend the night, but she was trying to get me to sleep in the bed with her. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Your son is in the guest room, and we're just not doing that. And I'm trying to go to paradise after this life, and I'm a woman, and blah, blah. So she sends me a long email saying, please forgive me and thank you. Because I must have looked like some wild woman. But she qualified it by saying, when a man treats you as well as you did me and my son, I had them into my apartment was the bomb there, y'all. Well, my apartments are usually the bomb anyways, but I'm saying I love that particular apartment. Anyways, but I had them into my home. I fixed an incredible dinner for them from scratch, of course, because all I do. And had a great movie queued up for she and I after the movie. He had brought his little things to play his video games in the guest room. That was fine. Just gave them a good time. Because I knew she was a single woman. And I knew she ain't been treated like this by a man. That's one reason why I invited her over. You understand? And wanted her son to be there because otherwise I could have had her over. Because I can't be alone with her, just me and her. That's against Islam. So in this email, she was saying, when a man treats you as well as you treated me and my son, they usually want something. Parentheses, you wouldn't have had to ask. And then she went on, but thank you for, showing me a different way and blah, blah, blah. So I was able to say to her, this is the way you should be treated, And what you don't know is if I've got designs on you, which could have happened because she's not Muslim and I'm not going to try and make her become Muslim. That's against Islam. But let's just say I wasn't Muslim but I'm trying to put some hooks on you. You feel me? Then I don't want it. I don't want it. You feel me? I want you giving it to me. Don't give it to me. Let me work for it. Let me give me like a challenge type thing, But just don't hand it over, And but that was a good lesson for her. Yes, you can be treated like this, and you don't have to lower yourself or compromise yourself or sacrifice anything in any way. Nah. Shoni, shout out to you. I can't see from here, y'all. Definitely can't. I love you more, son. Thank you so much for remembering my big sister. Yeah. Because as I told you, it took me off. It took me off guard. I was just, I mean, I just, that's the last thing I expected to hear. You know, it was kind of like when I went to Virginia in 2014. The universe told me, you gotta go see Henry. You gotta see, because a lot of stuff was going on with Henry, and then he's in the VA hospital, and then all of us, and I was just like, you need to go see Henry. And I did. And I stayed up there for 2 weeks. But when I left, there was nothing anywhere that would have said, we're going to lose Henry before the end of the year. So when he did, it was like, what? But what I get to hold on to is, thank God I made that trip. I seen him, you know. But it was so like, what? And this took me back there, because I'm like, what? Robert, you say, I will say a prayer in 5 minutes for the sister of her family. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man. So, this is tragic what happened to her, this sister thing. But as Naldo said, you know, she survived. And the article we read, they didn't have anything new. So, it's an ongoing story. Let's pray her condition doesn't change, you know, and take a downturn or anything like that. And this will be a good thing that her and the baby survive, and his bitch ass is now gone into eternity. So, and he's definitely gone to hell. So no need for memorials that he's in a better place now. No, he is not. He is absolutely 100% in hell, because the divine is very clear about what he will forgive from mankind and what he will not. So I tell you, God don't love everybody and God don't love everything. God has standards. You understand? Just like the Muslims have standards. That's why the Muslim has standards. Christians go for anything goes. It's all fine. Jesus loved everybody. No, the fuck he didn't. What is that? Matthew, where he says, I didn't come to establish peace on the earth. I came with the sword. Let me just read it to you since I mentioned it. Where in the Bible Jesus says he did not come to establish peace? Jesus said, I did not come, this is Matthew 10:34. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. How do peacemakers understand and apply this verse? Oh, then they're going on. Okay, the end of the quote with Jesus. I thought it went on. Jesus said, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. And I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. So, but that's because the Bible's nothing but contradiction. But I'm just trying to say, one of the things you're not forgiven for is to take your own life. Not allowed. Not allowed. Because you don't own your life. You don't. You don't own it. That's why Muslims do not carry life insurance policies. We do not own our life. We don't. Your life belongs to Allah. I want to try and sneak this one in, you guys, because I'm going to try. Because I put hypocrisy in the title. You'll recall that Trump is under every indictment and investigation known to all of humanity. And in fact, I was just saying, was that you, son? I was saying, we need to run O.J. Simpson for president. Because apparently you can be have a felony and be arrested and be under air indictment, but you can still go right back on the campaign trail and still run for president. It's all fine. It's all fine. So niggas can't get a job at Walmart, but you can run for president. They want to do a background check. You got a felony from 1,000 years ago, but you can't get a job at Walmart or McDonald's, but you can run for president. So OJ needs to run for president. I think we need to start a funding for that and just get a super PAC going so that we can run OJ, because why not? Right. But the hypocrisy. So he's under every indictment, and even when he turned himself in Georgia, he was in there for 5 minutes. He probably just had tea and came out. That was it. All the motorcade, all the shit. He flies in on his private jet. He lands. He goes, and the police hold the traffic and he goes in. He's there for 10 minutes, and he's out. But this dude, not so much. This dude is a sellout ass Negro, and so we're glad this happened. But he is Black Voices for Trump. Do we have a mugshot? There he is. And we don't accept him as being a black man at all. Because I tell you, everybody, I'm very clear. I draw ranks. Even if you're not going, I've tried to tell my people over the years, you need to draw ranks. And one of the things we need to understand from nature, I gave you the example of the polar bears. Was it polar bears? Koala bears. Koala bears. Just, they had some koala bears in captivity that they grew, they raised them in captivity. And when they release them, they have to cover them in the stench of the panda bears. Some fucking bear, y'all. Otherwise, when they release them, the bears will attack them because you don't smell like us. You don't. Like, you're not one of us. And so we will attack. This is that example. I don't accept you as a black man. I don't. Now, we know when we can see the highest yellow black person, male or female, that's a black person. We know. Like, it's not. This ain't that. This is not that. This is not that. And so when we have to squint, then that means you're not black. I told you guys, Cory Booker. I won't need to see a pubic hair. I'm just going to need that. I'm going to need it. I'll need it. I'll need it. I'll need it. But so Trump is under every indictment, gets on his plane and shuttles off, and it's all fine. This dude, not so much. But what made me bring it to you is because I had started reading it, which is something I never do. But on this, I was looking for one thing. I needed to understand. I'll tell it to you when I get to it, where I stopped at. The only Trump co-defendant being held in jail. Quote, I showed up before the president. This is Atlanta. Only one of former President Trump's 18 co-defendants in Georgia in the election interference case has been jailed as a result of the charges. Only one. On Friday, Harrison Floyd was informed during his initial court appearance that he'd be spending more time at the Fulton County Jail since he was considered a potential what? Flight risk bitch. So that's when I stopped there, and I'm like, I have to save this so I can bring this to the public, because he's a flight risk. Donald Trump has a whole fucking private jet, a 757 bitch, and a passport. No flight risk there, apparently. No, while flying on a plane, his own plane, he wouldn't have to hijack it and have them go. His own plane, his own pilots, no flight risk there. But this guy, flight risk. Right there. I don't know if I need to read on. I think I'm done. I'm done. That was where I wanted to bring it to. I didn't read the rest of it, and I don't think I really need to. We'll just learn why. Oh, because I clicked on a video. That's how I learned about this. Because I clicked on some video. I didn't know who it was about and what it was. The title said something else. But me being a legal E, I heard there was a motion for bail and it was denied because this portion of the motion for bail, what I learned was, because the judge said, you're not, I'll put it in plain language, basically you don't get a public defender because basically you got money, so you don't need no public defender. That caught my ear. So I didn't know who this was or what it was about. That the legal side of it was intriguing to me. So I just want to see who was that trying to claim you don't get no public defender, so that means you got money. And then on top of that, they're denying bail anyway, But he's a flight risk and Trump is not. And I'm sure this guy does not have his own private jet. So we'll just read a little bit more so we can see if we find anything more about this guy. Floyd bristled at the suggestion that he might not return for future proceedings. He bristled at the suggestion. Quote, "There's no way that I'm a flight risk, ma'am," he told Judge Emily Richardson after she denied his bitch bond request. Quote, "I showed up before the president was here," he added, referring to the orange puff. "But I don't say you're a black man, but you say you are, so they treating you like that. You know what I'm saying? So you a nigga, you feel me? So that makes you a flight risk. But your voices for Trump. Oh, this is so delicious. Rot your bitch ass off in jail. Rot. All right. The bastard who's charged with racketeering, conspiracy, and influencing a witness turned himself in on Thursday afternoon ahead of Trump's 20-minute appearance at the jail that evening. So he turned himself in on Thursday. This happened on Friday. So he's being arraigned on Friday. He was there on Thursday. Trump comes in for 20 minutes and he's out. This guy's there more than 24 hours at the jail that evening. Prosecutors allege that the bastard, the former leader of Black Voices for Trump and the only black man among the defendants, was part of a scheme to pressure election workers, to pressure election worker Rudy Freeman into making false statements. Freeman has been falsely accused by Trump and his allies of election fraud. See? There he is. I'm over it. Oh, the hypocrisy of it all. Unlike the other defendants in the case, the bastard did not have a lawyer reach a bond agreement with prosecutors before surrendering. So you're a dumb bitch because you were so busy trying to lick the ass of this white man that you didn't get your legal ducks in a row. So we infer from this then that, because, well, that happened before. But when he's in front of the judge, he's denied a public defender because she said you don't qualify, essentially. So that means you have a claim. So why don't you have a lawyer who could have negotiated a bond deal for you? And probably because nobody else was going to jail, and he thought he wasn't going to jail. But you black. You going to jail. So he didn't have a lawyer reach a bond agreement with prosecutors before surrendering. During Friday's hearing, the judge asked the bastard if he had an attorney, and he said he did not. He said the ones he'd spoken to cost between $40,000 and $100,000, and quote, "I can't put my family in that kind of debt," end quote. He added that he'd requested a public defender and was denied one. The judge told him he did not qualify for one. Right? You got money. You feel me? So you got to put your family through that kind of debt, homie. or you got to stay in the Fulton County Jail. I mean, that's just what it is, though. But that's what it is, though. He added that he requested a public. I read that. The judge added that the judge who will be presiding over the election interference case, Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee, quote, will go through the process if you choose to represent yourself and to not retain a lawyer. He will go through that process and those questions with you. In other words, it's above me now. The judge said one of the reasons she was denying him bond, other than the fact he was black, and that was the only reason she really needed, on Friday was a pending case for alleged assaulting a federal officer earlier this year. According to an affidavit in that case, the bastard attacked a pair of FBI special agents who served him with a federal grand jury subpoena at his Maryland home for special counsel Jack Smith's election probe. The affidavit says the bastard body slammed one of the agents as they were leaving and repeatedly bumped him while yelling expletives at him. He was charged with assaulting a federal officer. So let me understand this now. So the FBI shows up, who have arrest powers. They carry guns. Unlike the fucking IRS, who has no arrest powers, no guns. That's why they call the ATF and the FBI when they come to seize your shit. Because they're not federal. Whatever. But just to understand, the FBI, one of the highest branches of law enforcement in this bitch, comes to arrest you, body slam an agent, and they leave without arresting you? Oh, they only arrest you if you have a brick of cocaine, apparently. That's not even believable. They left? I'll just read it again. Who finding open charge to ground open charge. Wait. There it is. The affidavit says that the bastard body slammed one of the agents as they were leaving and repeatedly bumped him while yelling expletives and telling me he was a white devil and everything else. He was charged with assaulting a federal officer, so why was he arrested? Quote, I do find that based on the open charge against you, there are grounds for a bond to be denied at this point. No, we're punishing you for attacking these federal agents who should have arrested you at the time and didn't for some mysterious reason. Just like we got revenge on OJ when he went to take his own shit back from the people who stole it from him. We thought we'd get revenge for the 1990s. So it's a whole thing. But whatever. For bond to be denied at this point, the lying whore for a judge said, quote, so I'm going to go ahead and find that you are at risk to commit additional felonies and a potential risk to flee the jurisdiction. But Trump inciting, you just attacked 2 federal agents, allegedly. But all these hundreds of people attacking the Capitol on Trump's word doesn't in any way make him a flight risk. No, it's all wholesome. It's all sanctioned. It's all fine. It's in the Constitution. They're holy. They're holy. This is just a hateful bitch. This was her finding. So I'm going to go ahead and find that you are a flight risk to commit additional felonies, even though Trump is a felon and he could commit additional felonies, but apparently that doesn't matter. Additional felonies and a potential risk to flee the jurisdiction, even though you don't have a private jet and security to get you out of the country and a passport. She also told the bastard that the issue is ultimately, quote, not going to be decided by me. Even though I'm making your life a living hell now, it's not going to be decided by me. It's above me now. It's going to be decided by the judge who was assigned to handle your case, who I'm very good friends with and can influence with my own rulings. A date for the bastard's next court appearance has not yet been set because they want him to rot in jail for a while. Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis had set a deadline of noon Friday for all of the defendants to surrender. The last of the defendants to turn himself in was Stephen Lee, an Illinois-based pastor who allegedly enlisted the bastard to help pressure Freeman. This article was really blah, 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 blah. Yeah, listen. First of all, you deserve what the fuck you get because district attorney speaks after Trump is indicted in Georgia and nobody cares. I just don't have any sympathy for any of these people out here talking about they supporting Trump. And there's a growing elevation of a few black people here online. You see their channels. The hat to the back, they got the fucking American flag, and they're trying to be just like these fucking white people, you know. I saw a clip of The View where Sunny Hostin, there was some black bitch sitting up there, and she must be a black bitch because if you're not talking and acting black, you are just a black bitch. But there she was, and she's a Republican, and I guess Sunny didn't know that the whole time they were talking to her. She goes, "You're a Republican?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm a Republican." She goes, and then she kept rallying on, talking to Joy, but Sunny was there and looking at her. She goes, and then finally she goes, it never makes any sense for me for black people, for anybody black to be a Republican. It's just, I mean, and really went in. I was just like, yes, you know. I mean, I can't. So whatever happens to this fucker, we don't care. And then some more stuff. You feel me? Like, do that and then some other stuff. We've gotten nearly 2 hours out of this, y'all. I don't want to push it. But I've got a couple of other articles and videos I'd like to share with you if I can. Oh, I'll tell you that at the end. Oh, that's what this is. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try. Without commentary, maybe. That's juicy, but that's not our topic. Right. Want to get to what I was trying to bring you in our last sitting. I just laid my foundation for conspiracy, anomaly. I had gathered some pieces that were on that same topic of this fires in Lahaina, Maui, Hawaii. Somehow they say it to make it sound like they all exotic and shit, and it makes me vomit every time I hear them. I can't say it like that yet, but I will get it. And so I thought it would be valuable for you to see those. That's what I was going to lead in with. Save them. Okay. Is this one of them? Oh, well, this will get us started. So that's fine. Let us go. Let's bring you in. Oh, sound.
Yesterday it come to my attention.
Wait.
This Maui story just gets weirder and weirder by the day. Yesterday it come to my attention. Fire and Fury, a book by Dr. Miles Stones. The story of the 2023 Maui fire and its implications for climate change. I want to note that today is August 16th. It is 2:35 in the morning. Here's the description of the book. Note, right here, the book chronicles the events of August 8th through the 11th. Again, it's August 16th. This book is published and out for you to purchase right now. How? Why? I have some theories of this myself. I'm thinking, first of all, it's part of an agenda. If you look here, they're asking the question right there about the impacts of climate change from things like this. There's no way you can write a book that quick, have it published and out to the people. They're still counting bodies on that island. Either AI wrote this, or it's some fucking predictive programming, or I don't know what kind of fucking voodoo is going on here. But I don't trust it, and I don't like it. Tell me what you think in the comments below. I'm curious.
I have to concede that.
This Maui story.
How would you have the book out that fast? I mean, what is our next piece?
Have y'all seen this video yet? Like, what? Watch this.
For the Maui Hawaii fires and many more things that are going on behind the scenes that will leave you either raising your eyebrow or...
Wait, I guess we will see this one. Let's bring you back.
Have y'all seen this video yet? Like, what? Watch this.
For the Maui Hawaii fires and many more things that are going on behind the scenes that will leave you either raising your eyebrow or pointing your finger. Be sure to watch until the very end to see some things you certainly will not want to miss.
And at some point, I will make a major donation after all of the smoke and ashes have settled here and we figure out what the rebuilding is going to look like. This is going to be a long and difficult process.
Oprah has been one of the top trending topics on Twitter this week, and we're looking into why that is. Let's start off with Matt Wallace's viral tweet that said, Oprah Winfrey has been buying up land in Maui like crazy. A 520-acre plot for $3.89 million this year, 330 acres for $2.47 million, two 10-acre swaths of land for $100,000 each last year. In the last few years, she has gone from about 100 acres of land in Maui to over 1,000 acres. Then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a fire comes and destroys many homes near her, but her land remains untouched. Sound familiar? In 2017, an extremely deadly fire destroyed many homes near Oprah's Montecito mansion, but her property remained untouched. After 2017, Oprah continued expanding her land in Montecito to over 70 acres, including buying a 4-acre complex in 2019 that was destroyed by mudslides only a few weeks after that 2017 fire. Wake up! Oprah's CBS media crew was denied entry into a Hawaiian wildfire shelter. However, someone inside captured footage of Oprah handing out supplies for displaced Maui residents.
Question for you. If I needed to find somebody, how would I
Now, Wallace also tweeted, locals in Maui were refusing to sell their land to the elites. The part of the island mainly destroyed by the fires was prime area right next to lavish mega mansions. Now, a lot of those locals are forced to sell their land, and many tragically died in the flames. Oprah Winfrey has a luxury mansion in Maui. It's completely fine. Jeff Bezos has a luxury mansion in Maui. It's completely fine. Lady Gaga has a luxury mansion in Maui. It's completely fine. Bill Gates has a luxury mansion in Maui. It's completely fine.
So why aren't y'all citing them? Again, it's always us and them with these people, everybody. I've already told you in our other sitting the other day that this Oprah is not behind no fucking conspiracy to burn down fucking Maui. I will put anything I own on that. But it's still interesting that they go, well, look, Oprah, because Oprah. No, bitch. He just named all these other fucking people who have lavish fucking land and shit there too. Why not them? Because everybody they naming, I still ain't heard nobody black. You understand? Oprah's the only black person. So I could very easily see it being, there could be an agenda by big real estate prospectors, because I brought you in our first sitting the other day on this, the legal end, that they have a law in this part of Hawaii that you're not allowed to buy land unless it's unless there's a natural disaster or something like that. So you've got all types of venture capitalists and investors and shit, real estate tycoons. This would be an incentive. They have an incentive. Oprah don't have no incentive. No incentive. The fact that their shit wasn't burned up, yeah, it's true that when the shit hit Montecito, when everything was burning, I remember her on video, and there she was, and yeah, her stuff didn't burn, but the rich don't get burned. You feel me? Because usually that's the first real estate that they save. You know, if you live in a suburban area or the downtown area or the city of any place, they're going to save the fucking mall before they come to your house because that's a commerce center. They always think about the money, man. So just not Oprah, but anybody else you want to incite or indict, I'm here for it. But not Oprah, even though I can't stand her fat ass. And I already told you, Oprah's not
Morgan
big.
Freeman
She's not fat. I've stood 3 feet from Oprah Winfrey, and she's not fat. Trust and believe.
has a luxury mansion in Maui. It's completely fine. Will Smith has a luxury mansion in Maui.
There's a black person, another one.
It's completely fine. Julia Roberts has a luxury mansion in Maui. It's completely fine. How did the fire know to avoid the most expensive mansions?
I don't know, y'all. This kind of crazy. Like, let me know what y'all think in the comments. On TikTok, this video is for entertainment purposes only. So, yeah, let me know what y'all think. Share this video. Let's get it out there if you haven't seen it already. And I'll talk to you guys later. Stay blessed and stay safe.
I'll see you, sister. Yeah, like how the fire know, ooh, don't burn over there, because don't. It's suspect. Now, this goes to another area of conspiracy, everybody. I dealt with anomalies. If you didn't see that, you have to go back and watch the other live stream that we did the other day, you guys. But another piece of that now is, so you look at anomalies during the event, just anomalous ass shit. Then the other, another attribute of conspiracy that you want to be looking for to define is there conspiracy is now after the fact. In the case of Katrina, for instance, we know the levees were blown up. That's the conspiracy, but were there anomalies? But now, the layer I'm talking about now, the attribute I'm talking about now, is after the fact. So, during Katrina, you had apartment buildings and houses that had no wind, no flood damage. A couple of them were highlighted in what I believe was Spike Lee's documentary, unless there was another one. There was this brick apartment buildings, and you know, they have like 3 steps you go up to the foundation of the apartment. The water was only up to the 2nd step. No damage inside, nothing going on, and the sister could not go back. They put a chain link around it, you can't go back. So why, bitch? You feel me? Unless you wanted us out here to begin with, because now we can't come back. That just added to, this is definitely some conspiracy, your bitch has to blow up the levees. You understand? 9/11. Put options were put on American and United Airlines like never before. What's a put option, Jedi? A put option is one of these little games you play on the stock market that you're betting that a stock is going to fall, not climb. You understand? And there were outrageous numbers of put options put on United and American Airlines the day before the fucking attacks. That means somebody knew those stocks were about to fall. You understand? It's a put option. That's after the fact. You learn this, and this is what's up. You feel me? That's another sign of conspiracy. So this is now after the fact in Lahaina, Hawaii, and they're trying to give out food. But no. Wait. And this always kills me, because they can send one fucking police officer out there when it's a rack of y'all and one of them. You know how to just make sure you don't get back to fucking headquarters and don't use the radio? And then y'all continue what the fuck y'all doing? I mean, I'm just, you know, I'm out of line. Let's see this now.
I've just been informed that we are shutting down this placard distribution as of now. Please. There are powers that be. I'm not sure of the reasoning. All I know is the order has come down to shut down the distribution of these placards. That's all I have for you. I've just been informed.
Wait, it's restarting.
That we are shutting down this placard distribution as of now. Please.
And this. Well, you need to see this first.
I think right now we just need the prayers, and you know, we need the money to rebuild our town. This is going to be a long road ahead of us, and we're just trying to fundraise and make sure that the displaced families can go back home one day. There's a lot of real estate speculation happening right now that is really frustrating, and I just want to remind all you real estate investors around the world, like, Lahaina is not for sale. Please don't reach out to these families and take advantage of them during the most devastating time of our lives.
We just heard from our reporter and from a couple of women who say that they were upset about what tourists were doing. Now you're telling me that there are real estate investors reaching out to people about their property. What's going on exactly?
Yes, homeowners have been reached out by investors and realtors offering to buy their land. And this is disgusting, and we just want to make sure that people around the world understand our situation and know that Lahaina is not for sale. It is important that the multi-generational families that come from Lahaina get to continue to live in our hometown. I think right now we just need the prayers and, we need the money to rebuild our town. This is going to be a long road ahead of us, and we're just trying to fundraise and make sure that the displaced families can go back home one day. There's a lot of real estate speculation happening right now that is really frustrating, and I just want to remind all you real estate investors around the world, like, Lahaina is not for sale. Please don't reach out to these families and take advantage of them during the most devastating time of our lives.
We just heard from our reporter and from a couple of women who say that they were upset about what tourists were doing. Now you're telling me that there are real estate investors reaching out to people about their property. I'm trying to stand in the air, y'all. What's going on exactly?
Yes, homeowners have been reached out.
This one. Check in if you guys are there and let me know.
So this is actually what's happening in Maui right now that a lot of people are not talking about, and it's very sad. So recently, Hawaiian officials just passed a law, listen to this, that does not allow new development on Hawaiian land unless it's a natural disaster. So then guess what happens?
Does not allow new development on the land unless it's a natural disaster. And what happens? Oh my God.
The laser beams, the natural disaster happens, which allows the new developers to come in and to legally buy the land at a discounted price. And the government knew this. They put in the loophole, unless a natural disaster happens, it then happens. Developers get discounted land, and who gets screwed? The people. And now what's being reported is that the insurance companies are now trying to get out of paying out the Hawaiians due to zoning infractions, which we know is a bunch of baloney. So we have the insurance companies getting out of having to pay due to zoning infractions. We have the government that put in the loophole that the developers now can buy the land legally at a discounted price, and who gets screwed? We, the people. This is why the government needs to get smaller, and they need to get their hands out of everything, including our insurance. So this is actually what's happening in Maui right now that a lot of people are not talking about, and it's very sad. So recently, Hawaiian officials just passed a law, listen to this, that does not allow new development on Hawaiian land unless it's a natural disaster. So then guess what happens? The laser beams, the natural disaster happens, which allows the new developers to come in and to legally buy the land at a discount.
My sense of time is way off, y'all, because of all the hours of drama we went through to try and get here tonight. Okay. How long am I in? We're not 2 hours. We're just over 2 hours. It just changed. This one I'm throwing in as an interruption, y'all, because I want to make sure I share this with you. Don't fucking... First of all, if you're still buying fruit, God love you. If you can't get to a farmer's market and you just have to get fruit from something, or something organic, whatever, do your best. But whatever you do, don't buy shit that ain't got that don't have a seed in it. All of it's bad, even if it's got a seed, but definitely don't you buy shit that ain't got no seed in it. Watch this. It says, bought this watermelon a few days ago and I walked into my chilled pantry, to my watermelon foaming and smelling like chemicals. Watch this now. So I decided to cut it open. Look at that shit. Nah. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm 100% good. Okay, was this another one? No, that's something else. What is this?
It's 4 miles down the street from my house. When I found out about it and Cassie told me, I thought...
Oh, no, that's something else.
Did you know Oprah Winfrey has been securing Maui land?
Yeah, we'll strike this. Because this is sensational and drama, and we don't need it. I'll just show it to you since I just... Fine. What sound?
In just 2023, she invested in a vast 520-acre plot for $3.89 million.
Again, we've already established for our purposes on this channel that we're not buying into the, ooh, Oprah's doing it. Ooh, Oprah's behind it. Give me a fucking break, dude.
Then went for another 330 acres at $2.47 million.
So what?
Not to mention the 2 10-acre patches she bought in 2022 for $100,000
So what? I bought 3 of them myself. What? So this is known. It means nothing. What?
each. From a mere 100 acres in Maui, Oprah now commands over 1,000 acres. But here's the twist. Amidst this real estate surge, a sudden fire happens, destroying homes nearby, but leaving her vast terrains unscathed. Does that ring a bell? Think back to 2017. A deadly fire consumed homes near her Montecito mansion. Yet once again, Oprah's property emerged untouched. And after that event, she expanded her Montecito land holdings to a whopping 70 acres, even snapping up a 4-acre complex in 2019, which was decimated by mudslides shortly after the 2017 fire. The connections, the acquisitions, and the timing are definitely food for thought. Did you know Oprah Winfrey has been...
Well, they're food for thought, and whatever. I'm over it. I just thought about what the other ones were from. I just have to see the damn... Is this it? Open one? It is. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Now, alright. Okay. Where to begin?
Had we sounded the siren that night, we're afraid that people would have gotten Malka. And if that was the case, then they would have gone into the fire.
We have a statewide alert and...
Wait, let me scan this to see if this is what we need, everybody. Okay, this piece.
The constitutional rights to take that land.
Now the ball is in the court of the globalists.
No. I think that was one, though, Jedi. Oh, okay. Because I mentioned laser weapons in the program. Now, 9/11, everybody. You had going back to the stench of conspiracy as it relates to these fires in Maui. You had, first of all, if you look at the footage, they keep telling you buildings collapsing. A 2-year-old will tell you that's not buildings collapsing. That's buildings becoming dust in front of your fucking eyes. Literally becoming dust in air. And on that day, in fact, in my 9/11 documentary that's here on the channel, I say to you in that there was conventional explosives used, but there was also some new energy, something new, you know, and I think it's on par with what we saw in the 4th of July movie with Will Smith, where that beam comes down over the White House and explodes the whole building. That's what we saw on 9/11. That's what we saw. And this is that. Because some people thought they saw lasers, but see this piece. Will I be in the way if I enlarge? I'm going to be in the way. If I'm too in the way, I'll change it. Let me see, y'all. Bring you in. It says, laser weapons can be programmed for different wavelengths.
Laser weapons can be programmed for different wavelengths.
See there, it burns one thing, and the other thing, same laser, no burning. No fire, no fire.
There was something blue they didn't want to burn.
Blue car did not.
Now, why the blue car did not burn in flames? Every fucking thing around it is torched, toast. But oh my God, the blue car is just perfect. I think it just got done being detailed. Huh?
Not burn in flames. Same as the blue umbrella.
Same as the blue umbrella. Wait.
Flames. Same as the blue umbrella.
You see that? There's some explaining that needs to be done, at the very least. At the very least. Again, this is all before you go proclaiming. You know that was, you know they did something. Well, let's find out what they did. What's odd about it? What? You see? That's where I began the other day when the thing went to hell, but I was trying to get into laying out for you, okay, it's one thing to proclaim that this is some bullshit, but why is it? What is it? What? You could say that, but show something.
So the whole time on this 10-hour journey that we walked down into Lahaina and checked out the area, checking what was, it was easier to describe what was still
This
standing
was more
rather
not.
than saying what was down, because everything for the most
This is just him recounting. It
part was
doesn't really
pretty much
get to
gone
what
and
we
wiped out,
trying to.
disappeared.
The angle that we're at right
Just
now.
left me in
We can
shock,
get to that,
and
but this ain't that.
I'm a combat vet, and I like.
Yeah, this is just everybody was coming together, and I can't. He's not really getting into the conspiracy of it all. Lahaina local shares harrowing story.
And it was bumper to bumper trying to get out. You know, everybody, it's just at a gridlock in that area. So
yeah, it's
people
not
were
the
just
same thing.
trying
It's
to
gonna take a
ram
minute to
whichever
get to
direction
that.
they could to get out and make it onto the highway. They were one of many vehicles that had families and loved ones and just community members stuck inside that couldn't make it out, and they just were.
Truth about Maui.com. You can check out.
Evacuate before we had to leave that area.
Right.
It have to happen that way. If they had found that way in that row of cars stuck on Lahaina Luna Road, or that street into Lahaina Luna Road. So it's
okay. She's not saying what we need her to say right now, as it relates to what we're digging for. Did I just click on this one already? Yeah.
So the whole time on this 10-hour journey that we walked down into Lahaina and checked out the area, checking what was, it was easier to describe. It was like, well, I'm not going to make it in because the police are going to make sure.
And that was really sad too. That was more of a sad video. Oh, no finding. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, you guys, also, there's a video that I'm going to be putting.
You are incapable of defending a man.
No. This is good, though. This is completely off topic. I'm not even doing it. I'm over it. Let me come back to you guys for a moment. Khalifa of the Most High. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you, Khalifa. Good to see you, man. Thanks for checking in, son. That must have been when I was asking, are y'all there? And you've seen that watermelon. It's disgusting. It takes a lot to gross me out. That just, that almost gets me there, man. It just, I don't like the way that looked. Black Winter, you say, I bought instant coffee and it made me instantly sleepy after drinking. If you're going to have coffee, listen, I probably drink coffee twice a year, if that. A lot of years pass and I don't, I mean, and I don't drink coffee. Like, I have a taste for that taste. So I don't want hot coffee. I have to have cold coffee. So I will buy coffee beans. I grind them up myself. and then put them in my coffee thing, which I only own a coffee thing because I used to keep it at my house for when my father came to my house, because my father loved coffee. So I thought I should have something here to make Dad coffee when he comes, you know. And then I let it cool, and then I either do the whole pot, sweeten it, and then that way I can pour it into a cup, pour some half and half, and then ice, and have it real sweet, and I drink it like that. That's coffee for me. It's got to be real sweet and real cold, you know. That's it. Other than that, I don't drink coffee, man. And I don't know how I don't know how people, they're like, oh, this is this roast and that roast, and this is decaf. How do all fucking coffee smell and taste the same to me? Period. Unless it's specifically something that's not really like coffee. I mean, you know, like if it's just regular coffee beans, that's the same shit. Unless it's something that they've added hazelnut, or they've added, you know, something, you go, oh, I could taste that, you know, but nah, it's all the same. I'm over it. And how do you take the caffeine out of coffee? Somebody tell me that. I'd like to know that. Not understanding. You say you believe it was laced. Anjane 23, a big shout out to you, Queen, and good evening. I love and miss you, and I'm so glad to see you, Anjane. Subhanallah. Reese, shout out to you. Anjane, you say that's the first thing I thought about when I saw Hawaii on fire. The 9/11 video you did about the woman describing a new energy. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. Listen, they have so much diabolical shit now you don't even understand. I just seen, like, I love helicopters. And I just learned, because I was watching something on ejection seats. And the question formed in my mind, yeah, you can't really eject from no helicopter. It's a wrap, homie. So I put in a search. But yes, you can. And that would belong to the Russians. Thank you very much. But they have a helicopter now that when you activate the ejection system, the pilot, there's charges on the blades that blow them away. And there's a delay on the ejection to give that shit time to sail the fuck away for a minute. And then the canopy and all, and you're out of there. Like, it's never been done. Like, this is the first time you can eject from a fucking helicopter, but it's only the Russians that have this helicopter. It's the something 52, the GASA, for some fucking letter numbers. Nobody cares. But anyways, and they've been able to make it rain and do some and deal with weather patterns since before Vietnam. They've been able to fly commercial aircrafts by remote control, like drones, since then. I mean, if you can think it, they can do it. That's with most things on Earth now. If you can think it, because we're all just humans. You don't have the realm of understanding and knowledge that belongs only to Allah. But our knowledge is common and it's available to all of us. So if you can think it, there's enough of us that somebody already thought it first and it's already done. You feel me? So this is that, you know? It used to be you had to send up a C-130 or something else, or they have these other that refuel fighter jets and stuff in midair. Now they have a drone that goes up and it carries 100,000 gallons of fuel and it's nothing, and or 100,000 pounds of fuel, and you know, it's a drone, dude. I mean, They got all the sorcery. They have it. Robert, you say coffee is a very good drink and it's healthy for you. As a matter of fact, it is an African drink. Shout out to Ethiopia. True facts. But also, and I should have mentioned that, because coffee is from us, and I've heard that coffee can be good for some things. Also, colonics. You can do a coffee colonic. You understand? Those are supposed to be good. I know that Janet Jackson has had coffee enemas and coffee colonics. Yeah, I think anything in moderation, like, I know people that drink coffee that are addicted to coffee. Like, my pathetic excuse for a sister is one of those people. I think she got over it, and now she's like down to fewer cups, but she's like misscoffee.org, dude. Black Winter, you say the Russians are smart. Of course. And they're joining forces with our brothers in Niger and Mali and Burkina Faso and Guinea to put down this white devil and these Sambo as Negroes that be. Our moment is rising, everybody. Our moment is rising. It's rising. It's happening. And why I went the direction I went today is because I couldn't find any new development on the situation in Niger other than what I left you with in our last sitting. That it's shifting and moving, it's evolving. Yes, something is happening, but there was nothing like, that I wanted. There's been no significant movement, so to say. Robert, you say, I'm fasting today, and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that we can fast off of water and coffee. You can, but Muslims, when we fast on Mondays and Thursdays and during the holy month of Ramadan, nothing crosses the palate except for your spit, or it is not fasting in the way of the prophets. Having said that, there are many earthly and worldly ways and medical ways or lifestyle ways of fasting. The way that the Muslim does it is the pièce de résistance, because all of medical everything backs us up. How the body reacts to fasting. I'm sure you know this. And but no, water and coffee is out. No, nothing. If you're fasting, it's straight fast. That's it. Nothing but your spit. But I often do tell, like, if I speak to non-Muslims or Christians who, I always, just so they don't have it's not a shock to their system, I tell them, well, just don't eat food. If you just can't get by without water, then fine, have some water, But if you can do it just straight, then just do it, I've been fasting since I was a child. Like, it's one of the reasons why I think I would have been skinny anyway, but I think it doesn't help my case that I've just never been able to gain and maintain weight in my life. Just can't do it. Just can't do it. Just can't do it. One more something, you guys, because we're over 2 hours and we've been quite fortunate and blessed. I didn't think we would get 5 minutes, given what it took us to get to this stream today, with all of the problems I was having with the technology. I want to stay on topic. But some of the videos that I wanted to show you with regard to this Hawaii thing, I just think they're too long for our sitting right now. Like, if I began with them, they would have been a different thing. You feel me? But just, yeah, I don't see any good candidates. And I'm also was secretly trying to find an article and a picture that I have, because the first image that I saw of anybody having been arrested from that Alabama brawl, of course, was somebody black. I'm over it. You know. The biggest thing you need to take away from that is that white people, no matter who they are, where they are on this fucking earth, they whine when they don't get their fucking way. You understand? Not only do they whine, but they're willing to then take that to violence when they don't get their way. And we need to be right there with their white ass. Because we don't ever get our fucking way. You understand? But I got so much stuff because we've been that's, it's hard for me to find, man. Then I've added other shit because I had to save other stuff. Okay. I'm not going to kill myself on this today. I'm not going to do it. I cannot find it.
In January of this year, Maui had the Smart City Conference.
Alright, this I think might be our final piece, everybody. At least for today. Oh.
In January of this year, Maui had the Smart City Conference, where they said Maui would turn into a smart city. And essentially the plan was to make the whole island dependent on electric, solar, and renewables. There's just one problem with that. The locals, whose families have been there for generations, refused to give up their land and sell their homes. And in September, Hawaii will be hosting the Digital Government Summit, where they're going to discuss AI's role in governing the islands. Okay. Isn't that strange? Like, all of this is happening in 2023.
Government, the future is now. The world is government technology. The world of government technology is shifting by the day. The need for dynamic digital transformation and unlocking the power of emerging technologies like AI and I don't know if that's an IoT is the future. There are tools that are transforming state and local governments, including, the thing is in the way, exciting real-world examples drawn from the latest surveys and reporting by Government Technology Magazine. Engage in an interactive session to uncover areas where your organization can engage these new opportunities to discover and improve outcomes for your constituents and your organizations. Stay and I'm sure this sounds like a thing to get people to come to this thing she just mentioned. So again, what you do is you watch now what happens
In January
after
of this year,
the fires are all over and they've given the all clear. We've helped Maui now, and then you see if this shit comes to fruition. Who gains? Who gains? You understand? Who gets a comeuppance from the event? And that's your fucking suspect. And that's how you know you've had conspiracy. Okay, one more. I said that one, but I think this one could be the last one. Let me look. Okay, this is 3 days ago. Right? No, it's not. Strike that. Strike that. Strike that. How is this possible?
Look at the tires. Non-existent.
Goes back to that new energy that I was talking about.
They've all melted. But yet, do you see the lines still on the streets? Do you see the streets aren't really touched much?
Right. The streets don't look burnt. And that's a very good point.
There's still center markings on the roads. Does anyone know at what temperature aluminum alloy melts? I'll tell you. 1,220 degrees on average. Do you know at what temperature asphalt melts and at what temperature asphalt evaporates? Asphalt melts between 130 degrees and 343 degrees. Above 343 degrees, it turns into vapor. But yet, the roads are fine. The lines are all there. They haven't disappeared. But yet, everything else is destroyed.
That's a good point. Even the center lines are there, and the little crosswalk thing is there.
The trees are still standing.
That's true. And not burnt, some of them. I mean, no leaves and everything, but...
Can you explain that?
The tree should be black. Yeah, that's some bullshit. We'll just see that again.
Look at the tires. Non-existent. They've all melted. But yet, do you see the lines still on the streets? Do you see the streets aren't really touched much? There's still center markings on the roads. Does anyone know at what temperature aluminum alloy melts? I'll tell you. 1,220 degrees on average. Do you know at what temperature asphalt melts and at what temperature asphalt evaporates? Asphalt melts between 130 degrees and 343 degrees. Above 343 degrees, it turns into vapor. But yet, the roads are fine. The lines are all there. They haven't disappeared, but yet everything else is destroyed. The trees are still standing.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
You know, the law of nature, the law of Allah, the creator, the owner of existence, does not change everybody. Certain shit has to happen when certain shit happens. You feel me? you can't have a deviation from that.
We'll make it happen.
And when you do, then you have problems. One more. I said that the last two. And maybe this might be the last one. Might be, damn it.
Do not sell to anybody outside. We will get you back in your house. No matter what we have to do, we will get the funding to make sure that we can pre-build everybody's homes. Our community leaders should be at the forefront in decision making for our place. We'll make it happen. Do not sell to anybody outside. We will get you back in your house. No matter what we have to do, we will get the funding to make sure that we can pre-build everybody's homes. Our community leaders should be at the forefront.
Good evening. I'm Jess Perkins with Casey Wong.
This is the last one. I don't care what it says. This is going to be the last one. Damn it. What am I doing?
Good evening. I'm Jess Perkins with Casey Wong. Top story, Santa Barbara. 10,000 acres of wooded residential land were scorched in an instant.
She said Santa Barbara. 10,000 acres of wooded land was scorched, blah, blah, blah.
When a laser cannon aboard the Strategic Defense...
A laser cannon aboard the Strategic Defense...
Peace platform misfired today during routine startup tests.
Now, I don't know if this is satire. I don't know. Just hear it.
Casey?
Yes, it was a day of mourning for the families of 113 people known dead at this hour. Among them, 2 former United States presidents who had retired in the Santa Barbara area. A day of mourning.
I think this is satire. Ain't no 2 foreign presidents died in the same day in Santa Barbara. That just has not happened.
For a country.
Red or green or something like...
Fox News admits to government using DEW a week before California fires begun.
Like that. Real lasers, one of the key advantages that they provide is that they are invisible. You actually can't see them. You just see this damage suddenly starting to blow something up. So if we take a look now at...
He's saying this is 5 years ago.
What the Athena did to a truck. So we're looking at a truck engine, and the Athena within seconds was able to beam right in there, heat the whole thing up, and burn through the engine of this vehicle. So if you can imagine if you were in that vehicle, all of a sudden, this hole would start appearing in your engine, and the whole thing would just disappear. That's what these lasers do. Now, there's some other key advantages that we should mention. Let me give you 3 of them. 1, unlimited ammo. As long as we have power, we have an unlimited magazine. And downrange, of course, having unlimited ammo can be a huge advantage. 2nd, it's silent. We don't give the...
Look at those... Look.
Enemy any advance warning that it's coming. And then the 3rd one I wanted to touch on is that it travels at the speed of light. So not only are we delivering powerful, precise...
Bill Gates has luxury mansion. Oh wait, we know that already. Morgan Freeman, Will Smith, these are Oprah, Jeff Bezos, bullshit. Okay, fine. That's our last one.
Good evening. I'm Jeff.
What did she say there? That I was going to say something. Oh, the other thing about this that I think I pointed out when I first talked about this the other day. I live in California. If you just fart, you could start a brush fire. It could happen. You could burn down the entire state of California, at least half of it. But this is so white. Very green, very tropical. A lot of moisture going on. How would a fire get enough? I mean, the vegetation has to be dry. You know? Fire needs dry stuff to burn. And just the fact that I'm seeing other ones, man. We're not gonna do it in this sitting. That immediately makes it anomalous for me. You want to tell me Phoenix was on fire? I believe you. No need to investigate. But Hawaii, bitch. An island of Hawaii. By the way, when the shuffler in chief, Joe Biden's bitch ass, went down there, it was clear that he had no idea that Hawaii is part of the United States. Just didn't have that detail, just didn't have that intel, just didn't have it. He's such a failure. But white mediocrity can be president all day. Chris Christie's fat ass is even considered to be, with his shitty attitude, but he's a straight shooter because he's fat and white. If you were black with that same attitude, you're an asshole, you're divisive, you're hateful, and everything else these white demons would puke out of their pablum puking, fork-tongued ass fucking mouths. But there he is, you know, and he made a insult against this Vivica bitch that's running, who, by the way, is trying to quote Obama. What's a skinny guy with a funny name doing on this day? I thought, fuck you, bitch. And that bitch that gave birth to you, that bitch. You feel me? Oh my God, dude. But luckily, Chris Christie's fat ass called him out. He said the last time somebody stood on one of these stages and said that, it was Barack Obama. Yes. And the same moment I'm celebrating your fat ass, the same moment I'm wishing death upon you, because that thing he said, and you seem to be the same mistake, or the same mistake of a choice that he was, some bullshit. But I have the photo of you sitting across the table from Obama on Air Force One when he came to New Jersey to help your fat ass. And remember, I used it in one of my not too long ago videos about white mediocrity. This chiseled, young, athletic, scholarly, model-looking man sitting across from this sloth, this thing, this gluttonous suction it. You understand? I can't. Last one's here now. The chairman was arrested. San. Chairman of what, San? I'm out of context. Robert. Allah wanted that fight to happen in Alabama. The Holy Quran says that no certainty befalls but by Allah's permission. You know, I would just say overall, let me come back. Anjane, IoT is Internet of Things. Thank you, Anjane. You saw your brother out here just flailing around for the oxygen. You feel me? You know I couldn't swim in that moment, even though I'm a lifeguard, and you just threw me a raft and everything. You feel me? Appreciate you, Queen. I love you. San, Jedi, here in Florida, Jacksonville, a demon shot and killed 3 black people in a Dollar General. It's on the news right now. Oh my God. All right, we'll pick that up in our next sitting then, and we may get together tomorrow. I wanted to say to Robert's comment, you know, I think that everybody, I do a lot of time directly talking to God and asking questions of why, you know, because it just seems like another universe or some shit, that we the only people across the diaspora that just shitted on, when there's more of us than everybody else. And why are we the violent people with righteousness who would just massacre off all the unrighteous? And I think that that is what Allah is waiting for us to do. I think He's just like when you look at what's going on in Niger, just on the continent, you see that we have the richest continent Everything needed by all of humanity is under the feet of our people on that continent. Allah has given it to us. And I think that the divine is saying, I have given you everything. When will you put down fear and strike on everybody who strikes against your bitch ass and annihilate them and fucking extinguish them, exterminate them from the earth? You are righteous. You are in the right. I've given you the rules of engagement. I've told you who's innocent and who is not. Go and do what needs to be done. I think that's really the answer. I do. And I think that that's one of the reasons why our brothers in Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, and then somebody else just came on board saying Algeria was like, you can't use our airspace, bitch. If you're trying to attack Niger, don't come right here. Because they're understanding, and plus as you did to Libya, we not over that, so nah. So I think that it's what I know anyway. As long as you lay down and take what the fuck white people dish out and their minions would be any niggas that think like them, any fucking immigrants, so-called Arabs, Asians, and any of the fucked up people that's not black, you understand, are all white minions, period. We just need to rise up. That's what it takes. And so that's why I have tried to express the importance of what's happening in Nigeria to you, because this is the saying, no, we're not afraid. For all y'all motherfuckers that's been with that punk shit up till now, that's you. This is how you do it. Meanwhile, they got the old class still trying to hold it. That would be ECOWAS. Still trying to hold them back and threatening to attack their own brothers and shit. Where's our counter-strike team that's not even known about, that's very stealth, to go and take all the fucking ECOWAS the fuck out, starting with Tinubu in goddammit Nigeria. Start at his address. So, yes, I think that. I wanted to extrapolate that upon what you just said. Like, I think that. I think Allah has given us everything already. And when you fight in the way of what's right, you will be victorious, period, the damn end. And in that case, you had, instead of our people standing around like they normally do, they rose up and they exterminated those white devils right there on that fucking dock or whatever the fuck you call it. Yes. Hand white people their ass. You understand? Any infractions or violations against us should be handled swiftly and violently. Period. That's just what it needs to be. Robert, you say they play games, brother. I said no calmly. I said no calamity befalls, but by Allah's permission. Right. But Allah also says to us to only place our fear in He and He alone. And He also says to us that, I know it in the divine language, so it's hard for me. I'm sitting here trying to translate it in English to tell it to you. But He also says to us that we will be tested. And it's from that place over the years that I've preached what I'm even saying now. Like, we have to go with what we know is right to do in our heart. Fuck forgiving and all that bullshit. Fuck all of that and nicety and thinking you need to love everybody and it's not all white people, and fuck all of that. Go with what is in your heart, because that is what is the truth. And then and only then would be victorious. Because to do anything else is to not show true allegiance and true trust in the one who created us all. you go on to say, the Quran says that trials purify. No, it doesn't say that. Allah is purifying us into becoming the people that He wants us to be. Do you speak Arabic, Robert? Not speak it. Can you read it and write it? The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the black man's original nature is Islam. That's very important. I only ask that because, and also that in conjunction, you should also see a video that I did. Oh, what is it? It might be the video I did on the number 19. But the Yusuf Ali Quran is not it, if you have that one. Because when it comes to the tafsir, you need to have a Quran that the English is the absolute purest of the divine language. It allows for, there are some words and even concepts in the Quran that cannot be expressed in English. It can't be. There's no way to give it. You can't give it. And then there's other portions of the Quran that, even though you recite them and read them, it's clear to the soul that that can only be communicated to the soul. You can't even speak it. Even though you can recite it, you can't then go and tell someone, this is what it says. This is one of the many things that makes this thing a living miracle. There's and also even more proof that it is from the one who creates, because there are portions of it when you read it and recite it, you know that only Allah, that's I can't even say it to you now. Damn. Like, you know that was just for the soul. You can't, like what you read was just installed in your being. It was for that. You can't tell it. I'm failing even now. I can't even do it. J9. Did I see J9? J9. Shout out to you. Robert, Islam only means total submission to Allah. No. That's not what it means. Islam means submission, yes. But this total submission to the will of God, though there are other words you would need to add for it to say that. Islam, the word, just means submission. Mu Islam. Mu. This is why you don't accept when somebody calls you Muslim. You punch their fucking neck out. But mu is to do in Arabic. Mu Islam. Mu Islam. Muslim. So when somebody says, what's your religion? What do you don't say, I do Islam, but you could say that. You could say, I do submission. Mu is to do. Islam is submission. So we say, for the non-Arabic speakers, we say it means one who, we say Muslim is, what did you say? It's hot in here, y'all. You don't say, I do submission. You say, I'm Muslim. You know what I'm saying? But that's really what it is. Mu Islam. Muslim means I do submission. That's it. I do submission. You know. So, I didn't read the rest of your comment. I'm sorry. Problems. If we don't know our original nature, again, okay, let me read on. And we don't know our original language, what is Arabic? So teaches Elijah. No, because you must understand, they only say that when it comes to the Quran. Nobody says that about Torah. Nobody says that about this thing called the Bible. The fact of the matter is that you and I are not from the time of the revelation of these books. And the prophets, not Elijah Muhammad, not a prophet, talking about Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last and seal of the prophets from Allah. If they're not in the Quran, they're not in the Torah, they're not in the Bible, they ain't no prophet. That's the end of it. But none of those prophets speak what you and I are speaking now is English. The son of Mary spoke Aramaic even. So when this is revealed, it is revealed, this is the Kalim of Allah. The actual speech of God is the Quran. That's it. So, and you must learn the Arabic, even if you're not going to speak it, or you can't have the same relationship with the Quran. Type to me what Quran means. Type what it means. What does Quran mean? Don't look it up. Type it. But I'll go on as you're typing that. You can't have the same relationship with the book. When we say to non-Muslim, new Christians come in to join Islam, we always say you can get the Quran in English, get a good English translation, and most of the English translations have been vetted by the scholars of the highest eminence of Islam. And so they can get a feel for the Quran and to be able to follow. But to experience its livingness, its majesty, its effect on the soul, that there's times when you have to close it and put it down. It's too much. You don't get that from the English. So you have to learn the Arabic just to read the Quran. Even if you don't want to walk around speaking Arabic, that's fine. But you must learn it. Also, you say that Elijah Muhammad talked about our original language. Yes, we have more than one original language, though. I just came back from Africa, and inshallah, I'll be going next month back home to the Gambia. I can tell you that English is not one of the languages of the continent. There's English-speaking African countries where they can speak some English for you because our people are brilliant. But of the many thousands of dialects and languages on the continent, English is not one of them. So which one are we talking about? Do you see what I'm saying? And our true nature is not Islam. Your true nature is your fitra. You see? Your true nature is that. Goodness, mercy, brotherhood, sisterhood, how to treat your family, your women, your community, all these things. This is your nature. But our way of life has always been Islam. Because there's many cultural habits in just regular Africans who are not Muslim that are just like what we do as Muslims. That it's their way. Like every Muslim knows we only eat with our right hand. In African culture, you only offer the right hand to give or receive a gift or to greet anybody or to wave at anybody. They don't take this left hand stuff. And a lot of brothers wear their wedding ring on the left hand. Or the right hand, not the left hand. Because the left hand is the dirty hand. This is the right hand. You see? We know that the Prophet ﷺ slept on his right side, etc., etc., etc. You know, there's many things that they do that are a natural part of African culture that are the way of Islam. But we also know that Islam has been the only revelation that Allah has sent, the only way of life that Allah has sent for mankind, from Adam to me. You have Jewish rabbis. In fact, I think I found one of my videos clearing a bunch of stuff out the other day I'll try and find it for our next sitting, where there's Jewish rabbis that are sitting up there saying, and these are scholars, like they speak 50,000 languages, they know it all, they know it all, they know it all. But what I appreciate about him, he said, it's clear that as we go deeper into our own study of our own books, we begin to understand that he literally says, I need to have him say it. I got to find this video. I'm not going to find it tonight, but I will endeavor to find this for y'all. This basically what he's saying. It's only one thing God's been saying. That's why the Muslim faith is so close to ours. They are correct. And he knows etymology and all that, so they go back. And the further you go back, the more you see it's only one thing that God has been communicating to us since Adam. Oh, it's coming. But we already know this because the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ has given us all these things. We know it already. We know it. We know it. Every Christian is going to be a Muslim, and every Jew is going to be a Muslim. Period. That's just what's going to happen. That's just what's going to happen. One of the many signs of the last hour is that Islam will be the #1 religion on planet Earth before the Son of Mary can return to the earth. Period. And we see that. The mosque I go to now, the one we were in, our other one, and still are in that one, for at least all the years I've been back out here in California. And several years ago, bought up the church around the corner because we too big for that. Bought up the church. But this is going on all across the country and indeed across the earth. Christians are losing their churches. They're going empty because people aren't falling for that anymore. It's empty. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. And be careful, Robert, of this Elijah Muhammad person, because you need to know the history. I could tell Christians, I tell anybody, I don't care what you do or what you are in life, you should know its moving parts. You're going to drive a car, know that car. And so this is no different. So what you need to understand is Fard, that's how you would say it, but Farad Muhammad was a white devil, so-called Arab dude who was a criminal. He was run out of Detroit, and ironically, he was going door to door selling silks. You see, there's a problem there, and thankfully, his son, Warith Deen Muhammad, Rahimahullah, when he branched off, or when he took command of the nation, he took them in a different direction to true Orthodox Islam. Because essentially what the Nation of Islam seeks to do to this day, and I will fight somebody over Farrakhan, trust and believe, but that can be real and true, and it can also be true that he knows he is some bullshit. Because what Warith Deen Muhammad was doing was getting rid of the shirk that is in the Nation of Islam. Why they take Muhammad on as last names, most of the people in the Nation of Islam are still confused and don't know the Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah. That is the Prophet Muhammad. That is the most honorable. These other people are worthy of respect. Elijah Muhammad, my king Malcolm X, Farrakhan, their voice was necessary and is necessary for black theology, black liberation. But they need to just be still in their temples. They still have pews. There's no pews in any mosque on earth in the world. Muslims sit on the floor. Period. They testifying all through his talk. He's called a minister. We don't have any ministers in Islam. There's no such thing as a minister. The word minister is not associated with anything to do with Islam at all. We have no ministers. He is Minister Louis Farrakhan. He's not an imam. And he's a brilliant man. Let's be very clear. But he's not an imam. And our teachers are imam. They are not minister. He's blurring the line between Islam and Christianity. When he begins his talk, he steps to the mic and say, we give honor to God for all the prophets. And because he's like pussyfooting around it. This is when I want to punch him. And then I'll hug him and kiss him and wash his feet. But at that beginning is when I want to hit him. Because, you know, forgiving all the prophets, Moses and Abraham and Jesus. And then he finally started mentioning and Muhammad, but he never says sallallahu alaihi wasallam. 1.9 billion Muslims on planet Earth, and that does not count the Nation of Islam. 1.9 billion Muslims on planet Earth. There's not a single one. When you mention the name of this man, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, you would not hear them say sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It would not happen. It wouldn't happen. It would not happen. I challenge my followers, especially when I had my big channel. Just go into a place where you know Muslims congregate in your town or your city or whatever. Just walk in and say Muhammad ibn Abdullah. And everybody in there, they don't even know you. They're going to say sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If there's 1,000 people in there, they're all going to say it. He never says it. He'll be faced with that. He'll be faced in a few minutes because he's up there in age. You understand? He never says it. And then he goes on with this vomit. This is when I have to be put on a ventilator and watch closely. And we thank him for intervening in our affairs. Just lost us. Just lost us. Because the moment you have any offspring or equal to Allah, we're done with you. I just saw where, what was it, in, I forget where it was. I just saw Muslims in the street burning fucking churches down. Because why? They dare to disrespect. I said, they must have disrespected. When it said Muslims burning churches, I said either disrespected the Prophet or the Quran. Click, let me see what it is. Boom, they disrespected the Quran. Said blasphemous things. I will go there and help them burn your shit down. We don't play about that. Because Allah does not play about that. Don't play. Lastly, I'll say this. Because I could give a 2-hour lecture on just this. When I saw one of these, the little guy who thinks he's Farrakhan, the little light-skinned dude, does some really good talks on other stuff, like intellectual, like educational stuff, but shouldn't be talking about Islam. But there he was. A few years ago, I did a video where they're trying, and again, I don't know why black people do this. This is a black people thing while I'm making it, like, I don't know why black people always got to feel like just like you have reparations on the table now. You know, a lot of people talk about, but then you got these motherfuckers out there, this FBA shit. Fuck you. Give me a check, bitch. I don't give a fuck who else get a check. As long as they ain't white. You see? It's always niggas coming to fuck shit up to make it just for theirs. And ooh-wee. Fuck that. This is that. What I'm about to say. So, they're trying to make it seem like Islam is just for black people. Well, it was from us. Because where I depart with the 1.9 billion is I know Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a black man. That the Arab has the same incentive as the white man did to make Jesus a white man, to make Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam an Arab. I don't buy that. Because Allah gave me a vision when I was like 6 or something. It's the first time I heard the name Prophet Muhammad. Somebody said it. And I saw a man. I'm from Chicago. I'm from Southside Chicago. So I saw none of that in Chicago. We'd only been in California 5 minutes. And, well, it was more than 5 minutes, but I'm saying, there was nothing in my little world at that time that I saw anybody dressed like that or doing anything. And I saw this man. I didn't see his face, but I saw a black man in garments. That stuck with me. Fast forward, it's 2006. I'm in the mosque here in California. And something came up in the mosque, and somebody said something. I go, that's when at first I even thought that anybody didn't think this was a black man. This is just my own personal, Allah gave me a vision. I knew it. That's it. I heard the man's name. I saw him. Didn't see his face. Saw him. Knew he was a black man. And that's when I was first became even aware, like, wait, y'all motherfuckers don't know this is a black man? And just was ready to fight. You feel me? So, I mean, this is that. So, they tried to make the Quran say that. Every prophet has asked Allah, who do I tell the people who you are? What? And so when Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked this is when we got ayatul not ayat. It's not an ayat, it's a surah. Surah Ikhlas. Qul hu Allahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yulid wa lam yulad wa lam yakuluhu kufuwan ahad. But it goes back to what I was saying a minute ago about there's words that can't be translated. Qul. I began Qul hu Allah. Qul. When we say it to somebody, we say he is Allah. Qul is stronger than that. But if you don't know the Arabic, you don't know how strong that is. You don't know. You won't. You can't. Therefore, you can't feel the command. Like, don't play with this. This is what it is. Qul. It's strong. It's like your Lord going. I can't even tell it to you. Qul. Qul hu Allah. He's Allah, the one and only. Allahu ahad. He's Allah, the one and only. Qul hu Allahu ahad. Allahu samad. Self-subsisting. The eternal self-subsisting. The only, I'm trying to translate it in my head. Eternal absolute. Allahu samad. All that, Allahu samad. Allahu samad. But you have to know language. This is why I tell the Christians, if you only have English for this thing called the Bible. You should at least get with some like Armenian Christians or like some, you would have something, because they know more than you would know as an English-speaking Christian. English is nothing. It doesn't convey anything at all. We don't have to even talk about theology and divinity. I speak Spanish. Spanish alone, even that like, I could use that even to show you that how cheap English is. English is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. You could just send a smoke signal. Well, a smoke signal might even have more emotion to it even. But I'll just say a smoke signal. I mean, English doesn't convey anything about the soul or humanity at all. There's nothing. Nothing. It's just an answer to a sound. But there are languages. Just even the strikings on the letter tell you different things. And it conveys so much to the being, English ain't shit, man. If you understand anything in English, even your mama name, tell her to change it to something else. Tell her I said. I'm just saying. So, you must learn the Arabic, Robert Epps. If you're going to be a student of the Quran, you must. You must. You must. You must. Plus, when you pray, You must recite the divine language when you know it. Allah will give you a pass when you don't know it, but you can't just like, I'm never learning it, and so therefore you're not going to be forgiven for that. I'm here to tell you. And so if you never learn it, then your prayers are not accepted. You see? Because Shaitan can understand this other bullshit. He does not understand the divine language. When we recite Quran, he can't intercede in that. I'm just telling you what's the truth. Last one, y'all, because now I'm ready to go. Uh-oh, wait now. I think this is where I'm at. You say, Robert, I have the Maulana Muhammad Ali version of the Holy Quran. Nah. But is the Arabic there? Is the divine language? And it's important to not say Arabic. Yes, it's Arabic, but it's important to say divine language because the people at the time of the revelation of the Quran, the people spoke Arabic. But one of the things that they knew immediately when they heard this was this is not from us. Because it's a higher form of what they were speaking. And it's arranged and written, the phrasings and things like that. It's just like, we don't know this. We don't have this. You see? So is the divine language in that Quran? That's and I should have said that when I said about the Yusuf Ali, because even though we talk about the Yusuf Ali translation, if the Arabic is there, you're good. Because that's one of the beautiful things that we have as Muslims. Christians, they well, my Bible say, we can say, first of all, no Quran's going to say a bunch of million different things. But doesn't matter what anybody says. We look at the divine language and go, that's what it says. So, fuck what you wrote over here. This is what it is. You feel me? And we're the only people on the earth that can make that claim, and it's been that way for nearly 1,500 years. We have the original language. We have it. We have it. As Allah says to mankind in the Quran, He would preserve this book. You can't even touch it. Oh, I told you to type me, what does Quran mean? You say they are playing games, brother. They are playing with my words. I didn't say it like that. Okay. Cheryl, shout out to you. I don't know if I kept seeing you tonight, Cheryl. Big shout out to you, Queen. I'm late on the chat. You are late tonight, Cheryl. You know, I usually don't say you ain't late. You ain't late. You late tonight, homegirl. You just are. And you say I'm 4 hours. So am I 4 hours in? As the Christian folks would say, the blood of Jesus. Is that accurate or is that bad? No, that's not even accurate. That's a delayed. I don't know. I have to refresh that. Where am I at? Robert, when we first came here to these shores in 1555, and most of us spoke our original language of Arabic. No, Robert, because, remember, Arabic is a Semitic language. This is one of the things that make you and I an Israelite. You understand? That's why if we get the Israelites, these fucking Israelites out there with their yelling and screaming with that fucking Bible, to understand, we are the Israelites, but this is the book you need to be reading on, homeboy. You can't come out and scream this shit with the fucking Christian Bible, at least go pick up Torah, just for starters. But I'm trying to say that, no, we had our African languages came first. You know, I could tell you when I was in Africa, I'm in 2 Muslim countries. I'm in Senegal. I'm in Gambia. There's a lot of times when people greet me salam alaikum, but most of the time that's not how they greet. It's their cultural greeting before that. You know what I'm saying? So, and they have a more preserved culture than you and I have, you know. And so our original language wasn't Arabic, although were there those amongst us who could recite Quran? Absolutely, because something like 65% of the slaves were Muslims. And there's I forget his name now. There's a Muslim that they documented who wrote his, was it Quran? Anyways, but I'm just trying to say, to this day, we're some of the best Arabic speakers and scholars of Quran. You go to Africa and you hear our brothers recite and you will just weep, you know. There's one thing I was excited to know in this trip was I was so eager to know, how do my brothers express Islam? Because I only have a Arab implication or influence, you know. Like me and Samba were at this spot one night having dinner, and they had a beautiful outdoor back area that was a pool and it was everything. And I went out there and there was a young brother. I feel like I don't know if he was even 21 yet, but we got to talking, and I brought this up, and I was like, you know, couldn't wait to hear them recite Quran even, because I was trying to explain to him, my recitation is influenced by being exposed to Arabs, you know. And turns out this brother, like, you would find this a dime a dozen in Africa, quite frankly, but turns out he was a scholar of the Quran. He said it was little Beats by Dre on or whatever, and his girlfriend was there. I don't know who the sister was, but there were 2 Muslim sisters with him, clearly in hijab and everything. But he's sitting there looking like fly dude, and he's a scholar of Quran, and start reciting an entire section. Samba had to stop him, like, we're going to go, you know, like, you know. I thought we were just going to give one example, like, I'll just recite a little something and you tell me, and then you recite a little something, not the entire. So, you know, why did I share that? Because that's not our language. We do speak Arabic. Remember, any Arab countries are African countries. There is no Middle East. There's only Northeast Africa. How they got beige, we can get to that. You feel me? But they're not Africans. But they're in Africa. The Europeans took away our language and they took the Holy Quran from us. Oh, indeed. But don't you know, their constitution has been influenced by the Quran. A lot of people don't know that. Thomas Jefferson had a Quran. In fact, there was Keith Ellis, who used to be in the Congress, was sworn in on Thomas Jefferson's Quran. Let us understand. So they know some things. You go to the Library of Congress. It's either the Library of Congress, the Archives, or the actual rotunda of the Capitol. You look up where they have that all paint, and they have the disciplines that have most influenced humanity, and right there you see Islam. They white ass know. The biggest threat to white evil and all evil on this earth is Islam. You understand? And that's becoming glaringly clear. You see, even with this transgender bullshit, and I was born and I'm this vowel and I'm a whatever the bullshit they say. Don't nobody come to Muslims with that shit. When they go to Africa and be trying to put, they don't go to any Muslim countries. They don't do it. Don't. Because they know we mean the shit that we say, and we're not interested in anything that you have to do. Our fear and our allegiance is to the one that created us, and we won't be bowing for shit else. We have standards. You see? But they'll try and pitch that to anybody. Everybody else is dealing with this shit. Not Muslims. We're not dealing with it. Not. You go on and say, and so-called white Arabs are not the original Arabs. We know that's the damn truth. And they also think they own Islam, and they make up the tiniest population of Muslims on the earth. But somehow they become the face of Islam. I'm over it. And how they dress is from us. Remember, we were the first people to wear any goddamn thing and to make anything to wear. You understand? And because of the climates and the atmospherics of the desert in Africa, before it was modernized, many parts of it, this is how we dressed. So when I put on my garments and all that to this day, I'm honoring my ancestors, not some fucking Arab bitch. They learned from us, not the other way around. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. And the son of Mary, Moses, everybody else, they're all black men. So they depict Jesus in robes. He was a black man. You understand? An African, no less. An Israelite. His mother is in hijab. We never see Mary in extreme heels and extreme nails. Just had not seen her in a bundle. Had not seen Mary in a bundle. Our women dress like the mother of the son of Mary, the mother of Isa alayhi salam. The original Arabs are the black Arabs. The white Arabs are biracial people, part black and part white. That could be argued as far as the black part of them. Because what's of you should be of you. You understand? And our gene is the strongest one on the earth. So if they're part black and part anything else, their blackness should show first, and they don't. Then we have our hair. So I'm still doing my research to find out who the fuck they are, but I'm real sketchy about people being associated with us that aren't. I'm real protective of that. You go on and say, yes, the Arabic words are right there by the English translation, and that's what you got to know, brother. That's what you got to know. I'm not a scholar of the Quran, but I can definitely help you, you know. And, you know, I can help you. I'll make time for you. Whatever you want to do, I'll do that. But, yeah. Cheryl, Jedi, I came earlier to the other broadcast tonight when you were messing up. Yeah, just strike that. It's bad memories and I'll need a Valium. You go on, Robert, to say Omar ibn Said was a black Muslim man in Africa and he was kidnapped. And just like that might be who I was trying to cite. And he was a carpenter and he could speak and write fluent Arabic. That might be the guy I'm telling you about that I couldn't think of. I think that might be him. He learned carpentry from Africa, not here. Of course. That's why they brought us here, because they saw we had all the fucking skills. That's why they brought us here, to build their shit. White people to this day can't do shit. You feel me? Okay. Couple more comments. We're going to go, you guys. Cheryl, Jedi, just like you, I'm tired of that transgender shit. I'm over it. I'm over it. Like, over it. Over it. Because it's having the opposite effect. You know, I've lived long enough to know when they just didn't want to be seen as different. You know, that was their whole case to humanity. Just because I'm gay, I'm the same as everybody else. Okay, you wore us down, we accept you for that. Now it's like you want it in our face and shit. Now I don't like you, bitch ass now. Like, I don't like you. You feel me? Nah, I don't. You feel me? And that's the effect it's had on a lot of people. I speak for a lot of people when I say that. A lot of people are like, we're okay with them, we're okay with it. And I don't like you, bitch ass now. Nah, I don't. Nah, I don't like you. I don't. Can't stand you. You see? And the same thing is happening for these Zionist. Same thing is happening for these Zionist ass fucking people. You know, people used to be very sympathetic about their little Holocaust and all the shit. And so now you're bullying. You're kind of up there with the transgenders and shit. And we're kind of over your bitch ass. You know, Jamie Foxx just came through a life-threatening fucking thing. And he's got to apologize for something he might have said that could have possibly have been maybe construed. This is a man who is an oppressed human being. You're punching down these fake-ass Zionist Jew-ass people. They're punching down. And for what? You see? But they too will suffer when Africa rises, bitch. Today it's unity, tomorrow it's a nuclear weapon, and everybody better step the fuck back. I just pray Allah allows me to live to see it. Yeah, we're just over them, Cheryl. Damn it. Okay, I don't know where I'm at now. I just read it. Oh, there it is. Those so-called white Arabs are the worst with their anti-black racism over there and here. You know? I mean, in our mosque, and I was muezzin in my mosque for 4 years, dude. Everybody know me. But what I had to go through, and I kind of fell into it. I wasn't seeking it at all. But they act like they're the arbiters and the owners of Islam, and they know. And they're like Paris Hilton. You and me get $20, we're glad to see it. Paris Hilton would not fucking miss that shit, and it would mean nothing. And that's how I see they are about Islam. Their kids are some bullshit. They're some bullshit. They won't even salam you. You walk into the mosque, you see them anywhere, and they can't even greet you. Fuck these people, man. But as I've told them, your door to Jannah, your pathway to Jannah goes through a black door, bitch. You're not going to not speak to us how you treat us black Muslims all over the fucking place, and you think you're going to paradise? No, bitch. No. No. Your path goes through a black door. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. That's what it is. Show enough. That's all I'm going to say because I can't read the other thing. You say, it's so good to see you. Not to get off topic. Shout out to you, show enough. Cheryl, there are white Arabs over there, though, but the original Arabs are black. The white ones are goddamn Europeans. They are, and they think they're white. I know Arabs here. You see the driver's license is white. Robert, and remember that Kunta Kinte was a Muslim. Absolutely. And by the way, I have a picture. It's on my phone. Anyways, the ferry that took our bus from Banjul back over to where you cross over to Senegal was the Kunta Kinte. And I didn't get a chance to go to Kunta Kinte Island while I was in Gambia, but no hurries. I'm going back home to the Gambia. It's all good. But I do want to go there because his family is still there. They are a royal family. And I would love to go there and greet them and bow and whatever else I need to do. Cheryl, that's why we are called foundational. Here you come with that foundational black Americans. I was already ranting about that, Cheryl. Or freedom, or freedmen, the descendants of chattel slavery who built this fucking country. And we are due our cash reparations. Those white Arabs don't own shit. Black Winter, that's terrible. Not sure what was terrible. I'm out of context, Black Winter. Robert, because they are not the original Muslims, we black Muslims are. You know, they could make a case. So much has been hidden from us by their bitch ass and this white devil, man. You know, you talk about Islam coming to Africa. Why would they need to come to Africa if every place that's described in all the holy books is nothing but fucking Africa? Do you understand? Like, don't give me Kedar and, any of this other shit. Like, that's Africa, bitch. That's Africa. It's a new thing, this Middle East, this, all this other shit is new. Like, I'm over it. So, it's us. Damn it. We know that many of the companions of the Prophet ﷺ were black. The first man to make our glorious call to prayer, which is another thing they don't do in the Nation of Islam. No call to prayer. No adhan. No adhan. But the first man to make that call was Bilal. SubhanAllah. They can kick rocks. Allah gave us everything. All of it. Cheryl. They're racist as going straight to hell. Zionist Jews and white ass Arabs. Robert, the Quran says that Allah created Adam from black mud, fashion into shape. Again, that's why you gotta know the divine language. You telling me the Arabic? This how I know, because like not just you, but anytime somebody says the Quran says, I go, they don't know the Arabic. Because if so, you would choose different English words. But fashioned into shape. If Adam was fashioned out of black mud into shape, then what did he look like? Wow. Don't get me started, Robert. You're going to have me sitting here another 3 hours, and I'm not doing that. You feel me? But we need to dialogue, man. I love this. The Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. You always put, even when you type his name, you put S-W-A, or S-A-W. No. Yeah, S-A-W. Even when we type it or write it, we always put that. We can't allow it to ever be that we didn't give that honor after his name. You must. You must. Of Arabia was a black man. He was not white, right? And then they always say, we shouldn't depict the prophet, brother, because this, that. But every time y'all hint at what he looked like, it's like, your bitch ass. And I'm immediately got an attitude and I'm ready to fight. You feel me? So I don't accept it. And it shouldn't matter, they always say. You're right, it shouldn't matter. But since your bitch ass went out the way to, every time it doesn't matter, it ends up looking like somebody other than me. So it fucking matters to me. It's like I told some Christians several weeks ago. There they were staying outside of Dollar General. And we were speaking in Spanish because she couldn't summon any English. I still don't believe her ass. But she wanted to tell me what all Christ has done for her. Last comment, Black Winter. I equally enjoyed this conversation. Yes, I'm going to end it there. I'm going to say this and we'll be out. And she wasn't, it was her, and I feel like the other girl was either her sister and her husband. They all short as fuck. There's some cute little Latinos though. But there they were. And it's 110 degrees in California. If you stand outside of fucking anywhere in the sun on a Saturday, you're sincere. I'm gonna give you your credit for that. You feel me? So, and I told her that. I said, I know you guys are sincere. You could be anywhere right now on a Saturday, and here you are standing out here with this vomit. I didn't say that. I didn't say vomit. I said, and I didn't reveal I'm Muslim. I said, first, let me just ask you all, do we agree that this man that you're talking about looked like me? That's when that's when people start getting all, you feel me? At first it was, well, he's done so much. And that's not the question what he's done for you. We can come to that. And testimonials and all. Do you agree that he looks like me? I need to know that. Well, it doesn't matter. Bitch, that's it. I'm not coming to your church. You feel me? Ended up going to the bitch's church because I said I would, and did. I didn't stay. I drove by there right when they congregated. I drove up. I walked in. They saw me. I went. I said I can't stay. I just wanted to let you know that I said I was coming. I came to tell you I can't stay, and I left. And but yeah, I'm just over it. Like, and the same thing happened before I left for Africa with a group of were they Jehovah's Witness or were they just some more Christians, a bunch of Latinos again. But I held their audience for, God, at least a couple of hours. Because I would not, I didn't give them no hint of me. You understand? And I wasn't in any traditional clothing that day, thank goodness. And I just looked like any nigga with a do-rag, And I was like, it always kills me, man. Y'all be out here, but every time I ask Christians questions, they don't answer me, and I just rope them in. Well, how come this? How come that? And then I began to reveal my intellect. But I had them now. But I had them in a way they couldn't escape or run. I got you. I got your ass. But I left them where I know they went away. I pray Allah they went away rethinking. Especially the younger ones. Because the older gentlemen, when I brought up, well, do you believe that he looked like me? That he wasn't a fucking white man? Don't give me olive, bitch. Because olive is green, black, and... Olives come in green, black, and I think red. They do not fucking... That's it. There's no beige olive, bitch. Don't give me olive. And this other nonsense. Like, I'm over it. And then the old man, which the older you are, the more indoctrinated you are, he was not letting go. Well, it doesn't matter. It's about, do we follow his word? I'm like, I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to come back to that, because that's one of my indictments against your bitch ass. That none of y'all lived the life of this man that you claimed died for you and just is the savior of everything. And, oh, you love him so much, even though you never laid an eye on him at fucking all. But you love him so much, but none of you lives his life. Not one of you. So, the older two men eventually bounced, but there was 4 of the youthful ones, early to mid-20s, that I took them through some things, and last one was not too long, just recently, at Family Dollar, where the Latino guy was out there handing out the fucking thing. I usually keep their little paraphernalia whenever they give it to me. I don't know what he did with his. I'm sure it's here. And I went at him with the angle of, do you know any theological history? Do you know etymology and language? Tell me about Christianity. Don't tell me about Christ. And by the way, in fact, one of the things I said to him, I said, tell me something glorious about a prophet in Christianity, and you can't use Jesus. Because y'all say he's not a prophet anyway. Go. He could not name a fucking single person. I knew that already. They just... I can't. But I also have to give thanks and praise to God. I could have been one of them people. I don't know how. Because I think you have to be a fucked up mush brain to be a Christian. To believe that? Nah. I mean, you have to be listen, there's things that follow that. There's things that tell an intellectual person about your character if you're a Christian. Find me now. This will be your homework till we see each other again. Find me now. You know, there's always some white bitch there or somebody on something. You know, and we were scammed out of $50,000. We just lost all our savings. And it's some Nigerian got their ass and bitch, you're beautiful. You know you look like a fucking pterodactyl. But he told you you're beautiful and you see a picture of me looks like a fucking model. And you think that would want you, fat bitch. I doubt it, white bitch. But alas, find me one Muslim that has had that happen to them. Go find it. Go find it. Go into the land and find this for me. Go find it. You see, there's attributes that come with being a Christian because there's no way of life. That can be said boldly and firmly because Islam is a way of life. It governs everything. You see, I'm sure there's some disease that's going to kill me. All of us. But there's at least 75 of them that will not touch me because I'm a Muslim. Video here on the channel. Over 75 diseases directly tied to eating pork. Understand that? So, you know, and on top of that, things to do with diseases to do with alcohol and things like that. I will never have that. I don't do that. You understand? It's a whole lot of things that are just not going to be a part of my world because I'm a Muslim. It's your whole protection against everything and everybody. No Christian can make that claim. God love them. And he does, because Allah says to us, they are the closest to you. He says to the Muslim, they're the closest to you. Because the Christian, because we have the 5 pillars of Islam and the six articles of faith. And one of the 6 articles, you believe in every prophet that Allah has sent. And book. That's why we don't go with the Bible, because that's not the Injil. That's not it. The Injil was the revelation given to the son of Mary. He didn't have a book walking around saying, I'm preaching this. Because what did he say? I came to confirm that which was before me. He knew it, but it's been polluted. I'm the it. I'm the word. I know what it is. It's like we have today. We have Hafiz. Any Muslim who can recite Quran from all the chapters, and that's Hafiz. So this was the son of Mary. He was Hafiz. He knew the law of Allah. He knew it. He was endowed with it. He was the word. So that don't exist. But anything we find in this book, piece of crap called a Bible, that we know is the truth, we go, well, that's truth right there. Well, that is. Well, that part is. Even if it's in English and everything else, we know that's the truth. You see. So the Jews don't even believe in Jesus. So they're out. The Christian believes in all the prophets, all of that, but they believe that God, astaghfirullah azim, has a son, astaghfirullah, has offspring, astaghfirullah. And I saw an African brother that I'm going to bring y'all. I promise you I'm out when I say this. It was Wodemaya. He was somewhere taking a tour of something in one of these African countries. And the brother is talking about how we've never believed in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. We always said the woman, the man, and the child. He said, and you know, for all they talk about my words now, a little bit of mine, not his, because he's very, but when he says, you know, they talk about that God made woman. So, but we never hear about his woman. God don't have no woman. You know, like, you have to hear him say it. It was just like so profound. Like, it made you stop and think. You know, I sent it to Kai, I sent it to my brother. So I know I have it. I could put my hands on it. But not now. Because I'm ready to get out these clothes and be naked and run this air. But Robert, we need to dialogue, brother. We need to. I said Black Winter's comment was the last one. Last one. Robert, I asked Allah 3 times what color was the Holy Prophet, and He showed me 3 times. out of my Holy Quran that he was a black man. Allahu Akbar. Cheryl Jedi, I am learning a lot from you about Islam and becoming Muslim. Well, then I need to do another clinician on that. Then, Cheryl, several people have become Muslim over the years of watching me. You should know that I have full videos here on the channel dedicated specifically to Islam. That's it. Especially after I couldn't get y'all asked to, well, not the women, this is only to the fellows, couldn't get y'all asked to come together for revolution and liberation with the Black Independence Liberation League. Then I was just like, I was lost. I don't know what to do. Because I'm here for a reason and a mission to move people. Like, if we're not going to do something, what the fuck am I talking about? You know? So I just did that. You'll see, then there's a video I came back, I said, well, this is what I'll do. If I can't get you to move here, maybe I can get you to save your own soul. And I just did nothing but Islamic and religious faith, belief type videos. That's it, you know? And, yeah. Islam is the truth, everybody. It's not even, there's no discussion. And what's so beautiful about it is that, just like I was reciting for you, how many of these people are standing outside these fucking places on a Saturday in the hot 110-degree sun trying to recruit Christians. You don't see Muslims nowhere. And we're outpacing every other group by leaps and bounds. The fastest growing religion on planet Earth is Islam. Period. Because the prophecy is coming true. It must be number one before the Son of Mary can return to Earth. And he's coming back to Earth. Not for the reason the Christian thinks. He's actually come back for their bitch ass to tell them, I did not tell your ass to worship me. I didn't die for you. I'm not the Son of God. I don't know you. Get out my face. And that's your moment to repent and accept the oneness, the Tawheed of Allah. And those who do will be good. Those who don't, you will have a very hot existence for all eternity in a little place called hellfire. Do you understand? So the prophecy is coming true. You know, we know that we've known for nearly 1,500 years, the prophet spoke it, that the Sahara, the driest fucking place on earth. Even, I just learned even during the story about Niger. Niger is actually the largest African country, but nobody knows it because most of it is taken up by the Sahara Desert. I'm over it. Anyways, everybody knows the Sahara Desert is dry as fuck. But we know, as Muslims, that the Sahara once was green and lush, and it's going to be green and lush again. Just now we're starting to see where they're finding, oh, we found bones of animals in the Sahara that couldn't have survived in the Sahara, and we found imprints of things, you know, so we're sitting back going, we know this already. We know it's going to be green again. It's going to be whatever. It's going to be an oasis. And it is. The prophet spoke about the Bedouins. The Bedouins of the time, when we were talking about language earlier, Robert, to kind of to that same thing, you know, when you go back to ancient times, you know, the Bedouins were like the dirt poorest ass, barefoot ass people, nothing ass people known. You understand? But there was the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying the sons of Bedouins will compete to build buildings taller than the mountains. Them motherfuckers in the Middle East with their Burj Khalifa, their clock tower, and all the shit, those are the sons of Bedouins, homie. And today, this building was the tallest building. Oh, but wait, we're building the Burj Khalifa. Oh, wait, the clock shit is going up. And oh, yeah, you see. So this is all prophecy. It's all coming true. Men will be as women. Women will be as men. The prophet spoke this in the 6th century when he was asked, tell us about the future. Tell us. Tell us. You know. And he spoke things that he couldn't have known and would not see. You know. When he said to them that the people will be dressed yet naked. They couldn't understand. They're walking around in robes and, you know, what? How can you be dressed and naked? What is that? They know it'd be lycra and spandex and shit that these bitches with nails out to here will be walking around in with some extreme heel and a bundle and shit, and niggas with suits that are so tight it looks like the little brother said, where's my suit at? You know. He spoke all these things. He spoke it, he spoke it, he spoke it. He spoke it, he spoke it, he spoke it. We see the prophecies coming true. But I will say to Christians and non-Muslims, don't be afraid. First, be afraid, but don't be really, really afraid until you hear about the sun is going to rise in the west. It's all over. It's all over. The sun will rise from the west. It will. It will. So I'm going to leave it there, you guys. I thank you guys for sticking with me tonight. And we were able to pull something out of this, especially considering the 2 hours that were wasted trying to get this thing with the software just going to hell and nothing working. And I give thanks and praise to Allah that I just decided one more time I'll come back with the OBS, and we made it. I don't know if I love this stream. I won't know until I see it back, because it feels different for me, y'all. You need to know this. It feels very different for me when I'm doing it and I see it back and I go, oh, that wasn't so bad. You know, just times I've done stream like, I hate it, that I hate it, I hate it. And I see it back and go, I don't hate it. Yeah, even if I don't love it. Chris Holt. That's a name I don't recognize, but I have to shout you out for that very reason. You are still my favorite YouTuber to this day. You need to be the head of the Black Caucus. Well, get me a petition going and I will do it. You understand? As long as I can, you know, I'm being Gambia, so, you know what I'm saying? We don't know how we'll make this work logistically, but maybe I could make some things happen. Trading War Stories, shout out to you. Cheryl, thanks for another powerful broadcast tonight. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. And this is Saturday, so maybe we do say, because I do need to hone in on, we just might be together tomorrow, y'all, too. Like I say, and or maybe I may just, depends what happens in Niger in the meantime and all of that, but that will inform what I will present and bring, because I have another series that I'm going to start doing. It's going to be once a week, because I think I can commit to once a week on anything. Yeah. Last one, damn it. Robert Epps, go ahead. Teach our sisters. Oh no, that's not even Robert. I'm blaming you for something that's not even you, Robert. My bad. Okay, yeah. It just rolled back up and okay, so alright. I love you all. Do you have an Instagram or Facebook page we can follow? I do. I never promote myself, man. I do. I have Instagram, I have Facebook. I only have those. I only have anything I can promote my videos on. If I can't promote my videos, I don't need it. Like, I can't. I don't know my Facebook to call it out. I know on Instagram I'm the Jedi 1814. It's the same as my Cash App. It's the Jedi 1814. And let me see if I can get my Facebook quickly and put it in the thing so you could just click on it. I'm trying to get out, y'all. I should just be able to click on it, right? And then copy. Okay, I hope this is my Facebook. Chris. That seems like the wrong URL, but that's my name. That's not my name, by the way. I always use fake names on everything, Chris. But anyways, I put that in the chat. That's the Facebook, and I said the Instagram verbally. So. Oh, I'm gonna shake the regime. The hard answer is no. Who asked that? Black Winter. But I don't remember. I don't remember. I eat shrimp. I do. I don't eat it all the time, and but I eat shrimp every once and again. Especially these days, if I can find the right shrimp, because it's so hard to find anything real in this fucking country. I even found some catfish at the market, I don't know, week before last, whenever it was, because it looked so pink and fresh. Like, it usually looks white and fucked, and I'm like, I don't want that. And it wasn't even intended to get fish, and I saw that, I'm like, yeah, let me get some of that, yeah. Yeah, I'll give you a more complete answer on that when we convene again, Black Winter. I'm going, y'all. Stop typing. Robert, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us not to, but for the Orthodox Muslim, they may eat it. It's even in Leviticus. It's in the Bible. You're not supposed to eat shellfish. Obviously, shrimp is a shellfish. And I want to be able to give you the actual, like, what it is in Islam. Like I say, the hard answer is no. But I'd like to be able to offer more than just that. So I'll have that for you. Okay, and then also, like I said, I put the link for the Facebook right there in the chat. If you go up, you can right click on it and then hit open in new tab, and it'll take you to my Facebook. Let me do it myself to make sure that it works. And it does. Okay. Thank you guys again. Again, apology for the technical stuff at the beginning, but that was out of my control. I love you all. I'll see you soon. This is the Jedi.